Washington to Seattle. Already started playing cards.
Being videotaped.
There he is, smiling away. Happy, going to see his sister and brother. Everybody's been trying to call you. Everybody's been trying to call you.
What?
Everybody's been trying to call you.
Oh, I don't know. You're looking old. What happened to young kid brother of mine? Did you bring two kids from Brooklyn and then Seattle?
Hey there, how are you, Stanley? Good to see you.
You weren't supposed to do that. What? I should be older than you. Is this the neighbor he had trouble with?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Over there, huh?
What was the neighbor's beef? He didn't like the nuts?
Oh, she has her door open.
Do you want to pull the shade over?
No, not right now. Who's out there? Who's out there?
Look at who's that.
Yeah, there's Michael.
There he is.
And there she
You
is.
want to lock the doors, honey?
Hey! Shit, I can't open the door.
I can't get out.
Oh my God. Got it bent. Can you get this door, Mike?
Hey.
Good, thank you. Oh.
Excellent, excellent. Good to see you. Hey, how you doing there, buddy?
Great. Oh, good to see you.
Good to see you. Hey.
Hi, Michael.
How are you doing? A little stiff from traveling?
Yeah. Did you get my cane?
Absolutely.
How's it
Go there. Hey.
How you doing there, Michael? Good to
How are you, dear?
Made it.
Hi.
Far away to no one day.
Not bad for no day.
This is like so cool.
Sorry, there's a camera for you.
Tuesday.
She's like, oh my God. That is great.
Isn't that
Oh my God. Now,
Big.
731. Oh, try it. Yeah.
And Stanley's having his medicine.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Stanley's having
We're having our medicine.
your medicine, Stanley.
There were several parties there.
Because
At that
he
time,
made that
you could
table.
go, they had
Okay.
foreign exchange
Did you
stores.
see the pictures
Where you
in
could,
here?
you could get stuff in
What
the
a
foreign
home
exchange
he
store
had.
you couldn't find at all in the market.
Sure.
So we used to go down there. The best Polish vodka, about
We
a buck
got
and a quarter.
family in
Wow.
Poland. I don't know.
So I'd go in there, and it was they had a system. What you did, you went in and you ordered your stuff,
Oh,
then you went,
never
you
saw.
paid for it, then you came back to pick it
Yeah,
up.
we had it.
It was a laborious way to do it. So I walked in and I'm talking with Teddy one time, and I tell him in Polish, out loud, I says, yeah, they told me in America that the prettiest girls in Novi Sad work here in the Pevek store. I said, and it's true. You know, oh, they were glowing. So we bought the vodka, and they couldn't get chocolate, it was ration. Adults couldn't get chocolate. So I bought some chocolate bars and gave it to the girls. Anytime I walked in, I wanted vodka, they'd look and I'd go,
Boy.
they put 3 bottles on the side, I'd go pick it up right away without any
See, there you
trouble.
go. Chocolate does it all the time.
Figured it out.
You know,
Yeah.
Mary's
That's- I don't
sister,
really get
her
that.
niece.
But-
And
But
we
you'll
go
be
in, they
good
had the
for it,
communist
right?
sign there, and they come out, and I said, oh, I got some
I
pictures to show you what you
I was
got.
like, you're
Don't
gonna
say
do what you want to
wait
do.
till we get home.
I'll tell you everything,
Yeah.
but if
Yeah,
you
they were
still
so
want to
afraid to say
Yeah.
anything on the street.
Boy.
We get to Poland,
I don't know, but
and
you-
everybody knows you're American by their clothing.
you-
And they
start
said,
talking,
you
start
voting for
getting
Reagan? I
emotional,
says,
you-
yes. He says, good. He says, if we can vote for Reagan, all Poland will vote for him.
Oh, he's good. He's
You got
They
it.
were very
You got it.
outspoken. They didn't
So,
know.
yeah, he ended it, and he-
One thing-
They didn't even in particular.
Stanley never got lost.
I'm having fun.
When Strange Rose,
That's it.
first Czechoslovakia,
Dad told me he's going to show me.
then we had to find this one girl who was going to take us to Mary's sister or something. We go to this big factory. Again, a great big Russian woman comes out, big,
Yes, he's doing
big.
Yeah, it's-
And then we said what we wanted. They brought this girl out. And she asked if she could, she wanted to show us where Mary's sister was. And they let her go.
Yeah.
no trouble.
Wow.
And she stayed, and she stayed, and she stayed.
Yeah, I think 2 3/4.
It was funny. We,
Ed's still over there sleeping.
we drove up, the laugh of the matter is, when I was in Republic, I was in the factory, and I was talking about the trip to the guys. I said, yeah, I'm going to drive through Austria and Czechoslovakia. And one of the mechanics there says, oh, he says, I'm from Czechoslovakia. He says, I'm from a little village called Starolubovna. He says, nobody ever heard of it. I says, Larry, that's where I'm going. He says, you're kidding. He says, I lived there. He says, our house was right behind the police station. And there was a hillside. He says, my father had a big farm over there. The communists took it and they built a hospital up there. He said, but that was my father's farm on the hillside. And he tried to get compensation from the Russians. They wouldn't give him any.
No way.
No. But we spent a couple of days there. It was fun. It was good. We had a lot of time. A lot to drink.
I bet.
It was good. It was fine. We went to Boston Sunch, and we get into Novi Sunch, and I had Teddy's address. So we stopped, and I didn't know it was a firehouse. I see all these guys in camo walking out. There was a military spot. So there's a woman that they had the studied in it, an old marketplace, and they were selling stuff to farmers. So I asked some woman, I says, you know, where is this, you know, street? She says, oh, right over the bridge, just go down there, go to your left. She says, it's right over the bridge, she says, you'll find it. So we got down there, and we didn't know, he was in the firehouse. We get down there, we get to his house, and we kids were running back to bring him, to get him to come home. It was something.
See another part of the world.
It's cool.
Then I don't remember. Well, I don't remember a lamplighter. But, I didn't remember that. But I remember Pop taking me someplace, and I saw the line up for the soup kitchen that they were giving out during the Depression. You know, I remember seeing that, and I must have been about 3 years old then.
I remember after he was done with a long day's work, he'd give me 10 cents, he'd give me a pot with a cover and a handle. I'd go up to the bar and grill, and the bartender would fill it up with beer, and I'd bring it back to Pop. And he had his Polish newspaper and the drinking a beer sitting on the stoop. That was his heaven. And he worked hard for that.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah, that was really something.
Then the shoes, where everything had to be saved. None of if the uppers were good, the soles were worn out, they got thrown in the closet till the next one was grow into them. And if they needed soles, there was the cobbler shop was near Moishe's candy store on Fifth Avenue.
Pop used to do it.
What?
He had the hardware to do it.
Pop did it. I went with
but
him.
You stopped. You cut in on me. You know. So through the alley and over the fence, I got the can. Who's got 10 cents? That's what I come up with when I was a kid. See, and I was a poet then, and I didn't know it.
Yeah, it was cut hair, thick shoes.
Right. Oh, you were the lucky one. You were the one on breakfast with him every morning at 5 or 6 o'clock.
Oh, it was earlier than that. He was gone. I used to wake up, and when I was little, and I would see the light in the kitchen. I'd go look around the kitchen door, and he'd say, "All right, Hutch, you know, come here." I'd come in. He'd make me some breakfast, sit me down at the table. You know, it was the winter time. He'd open the oven. Because he lit the stove, and to warm up. We had central heating in the kitchen. That was the central room of the house. That was the only room that had heat. And he'd open the door and put my feet by the oven, you know, and he'd make me a cup of half coffee and make me an egg sandwich, egg and bacon and egg sandwich. Yeah. Yeah,
You don't realize, boy, he was some piece of work, you know, looking back on it. To work all those years and all those hours.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and in the wintertime, because he worked on the trolley cars, he was a brake and axle man. He'd come home, they gave him no foul weather gear, so he'd come home, he'd be wet and whatnot. He'd fill that tub with hot water, and he'd soak in that tub of hot water. Then he'd have me come in, and he'd have to scrub his back and wash his hair, what hair he had, you know. And I'd I'd shampoo, wash his hair, and I'd pull his hair out in spikes, and he'd sit there and let me play. He didn't care.
Well, you were the baby. What do you want?
Who told me the story that when he got married to Mom, because she was just a teenage kid, and they brought her over.
She took her time. She was not that young.
No,
She would be considered an old maid.
Yeah, she was
She
already
came
over 18.
here, was she 18 or more?
Yeah.
And she wasn't married right away.
No. She
No.
wasn't.
Yeah, she wasn't.
But you see why she got married? It wasn't her doings. Her aunt and uncle.
Yeah.
Here she is. She lost her job because she got the job, and the woman showed her how to wash the laundry in the bathtub, and leaves her there, and she don't know how to shut the water off. There's a plug. She didn't know how to shut the water off.
Oh, no.
So she thought they'd fire her. So the aunt and uncle were scared as hell. A young girl like that, suppose she gets pregnant,
Yeah, she wanted to go
They
back to
pushed them
Europe.
together, and they forced her to get married. That's the way it wasn't. And wait a minute, I'm not
Yes,
done.
I know. I
And
know
then-
a lot of the neighbors in the same boat.
Yeah, well, it's
remember
true. It's
one
true.
woman had a husband who was chasing her with a hatchet. She didn't know how. And he was chasing her. That's the way it was.
But no, but
Mom gave us a miserable life
Well,
because
let me
she
tell you
was
something.
unhappy. But
I don't blame her. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because when they got married, Pop got a free trip on the railroad, and the aunt went with Pop, and Mom stayed there at home,
she
stayed
had
home.
the honeymoon.
I don't know who told me that. It's on the honeymoon.
She
Somebody-
never
I don't
talked to the aunt again. That,
Oh, yeah, no.
She never talked to her.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, no,
But the
that's
aunt
right.
went on the honeymoon?
The aunt
the
went on a
aunt
honeymoon
brought
instead
my
of her.
father on
For the
honeymoon.
trip. She wanted the
was
trip.
watching the kids.
Oh, my God. Okay, wait a minute
She
now.
wanted the trip.
Yeah, she
But
got
when I
the trip.
tell you,
It's a free trip. She wanted a free trip.
she complained and complained, but when they moved to Florida, there was one, my father was a gentleman. He had very nice manners.
Oh, yeah.
I know when one person, Mrs. Schultz used to come to visit her, and it was late at night, he'd run up the street looking for a taxi for her to go home so she wouldn't have to walk.
Yeah.
Because she lived a bit. He had nice manners, he was soft-spoken, and one woman in Florida was talking with, and my mother chased her out of the house.
Yeah.
But your mother wanted a divorce.
Oh, yeah.
She wanted a
Oh,
divorce.
she did not.
She wanted a
No,
divorce.
because-
Wait a minute, let me. Okay, you tell me your story.
Tell me when she wanted a divorce.
When Pop went to Florida.
No. No.
Huh?
No, it was before that.
No, listen, wait, let me tell you when Pop went to Florida.
We got 3 different stories here.
Here, I'm married to Clara, right? And Clara says to her, all right, he's in Florida. You're gonna go to Florida, you want a divorce? She says, I want a divorce. So we go to a lawyer. She goes to a lawyer and then she lets it drop, okay? So it went as far as that.
No,
That's how
so,
far it went.
one Sunday, I was at Mass, and the priest up in the pulpit was preaching about people that were forced into marriage. He said, if you were forced into marriage, you are not married. Go to the priest, and the lawyer.
Yeah.
That Sunday, Mom came up
She
to
got a dirty deal.
Mom came up to New Rochelle, and I told her, oh, she's all excited. Then I called up and asked what happened. Oh, nothing. She did not want a divorce because she figured out she would have to support herself. She wanted to complain. Mom was a complainer.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you that's how far Clara went with it, okay? That's how far Clara
Well, you know
went.
what she planned when I married Jean and Mom and Pop went to Florida, and Pop wanted to give me the house. I says, no, I'll buy it. And Mom was saying, buy the house, get the house. Well, She wanted to live with us. I says, you can't live with me. I says, I got a new wife, and she's got to be her own boss. She's got, I says, that's impossible. It can't be. She went to the lawyer again, and the lawyer, they come down. I went down to the law office. I says, look, I says, I'm newly married. I said, my wife is pregnant. I says, I got the house. I says, guess what? I says, she's not going to live with me. I don't give a damn if I lose the house. I says, she's not going to live with me. If she wants to live there alone, she can. The lawyer says, I didn't know that. Well, I said, then you don't know my mother.
Yeah.
And he went, he talked to her, and he read her the riot act.
Mom was a complainer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
She loved talking about her husband.
Yeah, she knocked him everywhere.
She
Knock
loved
him to total strangers.
Once Teddy was crying, our brother Teddy.
Yeah.
She had the women came in,
Yeah.
and all she did was knock our father. And I came in when the women left, and Stanley was standing by
Teddy
the
was
hot
up there.
water heater and crying.
Teddy.
He said, that was my father, not Stanley,
Teddy.
Teddy, yeah,
He
Teddy.
said, that was my father you were talking
Well, you
about.
must be sweet.
It was a horrible lifestyle.
Isn't that something?
And
Yeah, all
she-
of a sudden,
And
see?
so what, and then,
And I had a wonderful life. But I was the guinea pig. She picked on me all the time.
Well, you were the only girl, too.
Women out on me.
Mm.
when
You
I was
made us,
young.
Betty.
She's no saint. Well, I got to tell you about the time she tried to freeze me. I'm telling you. Let me tell you. I remember that. I don't remember it, but I was told. When I was young, you had to watch me. It was in the winter time, and you went to Prospect Park, and you took me up there, and you're playing with the girls, and I'm in the carriage, and I'm freezing.
No, you're not. You were in a sled.
I sled.
I had you on
Anyway.
a sled.
Anyway, I
Little
get home.
technicality like a...
I get home, and Pop almost had a fit. And he grabbed me. He got undressed quickly, and he undressed me, and he got under the feather bed, and he held me to him. So I got his body warm.
that's a neat memory, that's a nice memory.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
tell us about
Oh.
Grandma and Grandpa at the house. Did Grandpa have to sit at a separate table
Oh,
in the
yeah, she
house?
was-
Yes, she was.
At dinner time?
Grandma,
Yeah.
this was a disgrace because she would have the whole family and she didn't want him at the table. And there would be a little table in the corner and she'd have him sit there.
I remember that table.
She was mean.
She was me. She tried that. She tried some
Yeah.
trap with me when I come out of the
Me.
Navy. When I come home out of the Navy, and I don't know. I had an argument with her about something. We were arguing about something. She takes the dish and she throws it down in front of me on the table. I picked it up. I says, "I'll throw this right through the effing window." I said, "You ain't gonna treat me like the way you treat Pop." I said, "The hell with this bullshit." I said, "I'm leaving. I'm out of here." I went upstairs. I started to pack. I started
Yeah,
to pack my
it was-
clothes. No, don't go, Stasio, don't go. I said, well, you don't talk to me like that. You don't pull that crap on
What,
me.
did your dad ever say that?
No, my dad was too kind
He
and
was-
gentle.
He was too nice a man.
He loved his children. I'll
He
tell you
was-
what
Oh,
he did
he
with
did.
me. He did with me one time. We were talking. He told me everybody's birthday, the day of the week that they were born. What he knew all the kids' birthdays.
Probably knew
And
the
day
hour.
of the week they were born. But yeah, Pop loved his children. He loved his children, all of them.
He had problems with the grandkids, especially Taju.
I wish
Oh, yeah, you will.
I wish we knew more about Pop's upbringing. I think he came from a very nice family because he was a gentleman
Yeah.
and soft-spoken. And
Yeah.
he used to say, my mother had me running around, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
used to shake from nerves. Hurry up, she'd be at me all the time. And my father used to say, take it easy, take it easy.
No, there was
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, we had a very tough upbringing.
It was
And
not
I
a
just
happy household. We were
It
happy
doesn't
with
matter.
ourselves.
It doesn't- What Betty did for the family.
Oh.
See, what Betty did for the family, being the only girl, a lot was on her
I
shoulders.
know it.
She had a lot on her
second
shoulders.
I cleaned that. That's why I love to clean I cleaned the house. Well, I took care of the 3 young.
You assigned us work on Saturdays. We all have something to do on Saturday. You assigned us.
And sometime I had to have a broom
Yes.
and say,
Yeah, you got that right.
I saw
What
her.
happened to Cat o' Nine Tails?
Oh, who
oh,
buried
Mom,
that?
that was Mom. I had to have a broom. I know for Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny was very wild.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny was so wild. I had to carry a broom when I talked to him. But
He broke it over his
years
back one
later,
time, I think.
his wife told me, Johnny said he don't know what happened. Would have happened to him if it wasn't for me.
Right.
No?
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. And
So that's why God put me on earth.
And I keep insisting that the Grocky men are all family oriented.
Yes.
And we can say thank you, Pop, because that's the way he was. To stay all those years, to raise a family. He had all those kids. He was entitled to go out anytime he wanted. He's entitled to that for what he put up with. But he stayed. He stayed all the way. And like all the Grocky men.
Well, I tell you, he loved Mom.
Oh,
Mom
Of course
did
he
not
did.
love
Oh,
him.
yeah.
He loved her.
Of course, that's
her,
why he stayed.
when she moved to Florida, I says, you know, or before she moved to Florida, I says, you know, Mom, I says, someday he's going to be the only one you have. I said, you're going to be glad he's there. And one time when I was in Florida, he says, you were right, Stashu. You were right. I says, well, you should have treated him good. And then when he was laying in the casket, when he died, and she says, he was a good man. I said, why the hell did you tell him that when he was alive? I says, we all knew it.
Grandma stayed with, Mom stayed with me during the funeral, and she couldn't put her shoes on. She couldn't tie her shoes. She was sitting like an invalid. He took care of her.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden I see her bend down. I said, oh, Mom, you can bend down. Good. You put on your socks and your shoes, and I'll lace them. I'll tie them for you.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do anything for her.
he took
She
care
took
of her.
advantage.
Yes.
She
Yeah.
took advantage.
Yeah.
If she knew you were going to do it for her, she would not do anything.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
No,
It was funny.
Well, you know,
we got lucky with you. Is it
But-
possible, Ruth, a little more?
Did you take a piece
yes,
of paper,
absolutely.
don't you want
Your
it?
sister
So
brought you
put
the
it
cake, so you
inside.
need to
Yeah,
have.
take it before the bugs get it.
Yeah. Does anybody else want it? It was a brutal mother. But she was a good cook. She made good meals. We had a roof over our head.
You know something? Let me tell you. All the years I had with her, I never enjoyed myself as much, okay? We had a good time together. And then I nicknamed her Becky. And one time she says to me, she says, you know, Eddie, she says, you know, Ezra, I know when you're mad at me. She says, when you don't call me Becky, I know you're mad at me.
Yeah. Somebody went running out in the street. They said, hey, we got another baby brother.
Must have been me.
And the doctor told
Grandma was annoyed because it was a boy rather than a girl?
She said, oh, I don't want him. The doctor says, fine. He says, I'll take him. I'll make a doctor of him. Dr. Savitsky. And then she changed her mind. She said, no, she'll keep him. She wanted a girl so bad, she bought all the baby clothes were pink. Everything was in pink. So we had no phone, right? And Vuyenka told her, she says, you have nothing but boys inside of you. So she sent her a postcard, because we had no phone. She sent her a postcard, says, I had a baby girl, and they came driving down from the Bronx, because Vuyenka had a car. They come driving down from the Bronx, and she said, come charging into the house, Vuyenka, big bluff Vuyenka. She says, I want to see this miracle, you know. So she undressed me. She says, I knew it was a fake all along. I told you saw me naked? She said, oh, go away. I took the kids down to Florida every Christmas. I had a week off between Christmas and New Year's. I took them down every year to visit Mom and Pop so they would know their grandparents. I caught them on the roof one time. I said, what are you doing? No, I got a paper. Get out of here. Get
But
out from
Joey,
here.
Oh my God.
my cousin that lives
That's
there,
amazing.
Yeah.
Was he thin?
he was good.
Oh, thin. He was thin.
He was thin.
Yeah.
He would, like Betty would tell you, he'd sit down and he could eat a big plate full. But when he had his fill,
He
done.
would touch
That's it.
nothing.
That's it.
Not like me, snack, snack, snack.
And his
And
favorite
losing
expression
weight.
is get out of it.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get out of you.
Get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
It's chasing him down the street.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and then he
And
started.
Stephen.
I
Stephen
remember.
was his
He
favorite.
was going. I
Stephen
think
was
he
his favorite.
lasted 3 months. Things, he started falling, and people would bring him home. And you were down with them, and you wanted
Wait a minute,
to
that's
go.
how he exhibited himself, he just started falling? That was his first, when you knew he was failing, he was just starting to fall? Or mentally he was fine?
Fall, and his legs were swelling, his heart.
Yeah, his heart
And
was big. His heart was getting
Eddie
out.
was,
Okay.
Eddie was there, and Eddie called me up and said, I'd like to go and get my car back to New York. Can you come down? So I said, yes. Did I live in South Carolina then?
I don't remember, really.
I
You
came
know,
down.
Eddie, I don't have a recall
Stanley
on this.
remembers that.
And do you know, wouldn't you know, he was bad, but he knew I was there. And he couldn't eat anything. I called the doctor that one morning and I said, he's not eating. He said, just give him the liquid. Call me at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock he was dead. I called
I
and he said to
remember
me,
that. Yeah, I remember
your
now.
father's like an old car. He's breaking down. He had no medication, maybe a little pill. His body is breaking down. Everything started to go. And I was with him when he died, and my mother. And he was lying there in a coma. My cousin stopped in, Cousin Joe. He said, you know, your father's in a coma. He's not gonna live long. I said, I didn't know. He said, because his leg is going up and down. That's the way my mother was. So I called the priest. They gave him last rites, but he was out of it. And he's laying there in the coma. Then he sits up and he waves his hand and he said in Polish, Święta Maria, Matka Boska, Holy Mary, Mother, and he died.
Yeah.
It was so peaceful.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Boy, everybody would
you
wanna go
came
like
down
that.
to take over for me so I could have a
He
vacation.
died the next day. I didn't know where,
Yeah.
I didn't know what undertaker to call. I didn't know what to call. I called everybody in the family. Nobody was home.
Oh my God.
So I kept thinking, and I said, I know where he's going to be buried, from Lindenhurst. So I called the undertaker, and he said, I'll take care of it. So he called and had the funeral parlor people come. Then my brother Johnny and his wife come in, and he was gone. And he said, I said, I called everybody. Nobody was home. Can you imagine Stanley, Johnny, Eddie, everybody?
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny was up in Fort Lauderdale.
So
They lived
basically,
in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, I
And
called him.
The doctor before you came down, the doctor told me, he says, look, he says he's 90 years old. The plumbing's worn out. He says it's time. What can you do? See, you came down and relieved me so that I forget what I had to do.
The
I
car,
wanted to.
you wanted your car. You flew down, I don't know why.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
were without your car.
Oh yeah.
And you wanted your car.
Well, and of course, and that was the most important part.
Yeah.
Because this way, I could help Mom. She was so happy I would take her for a haircut, She loved it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, we had a
All
good
right,
time together. I was,
And you made her cook, and then you got her into that
yeah.
senior center. She was so
Yeah.
happy with
I just
that.
want to ask
That's
you
when I
this.
wrote that poem. The woman says to me, you know, we're having a little play, and your mother's in it, so why don't you write a poem? So I come up with that poem about mother.
Very neat.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you though, so basically your father was not ill for a long time. He just,
No.
He was not
no,
ill,
it was old
period.
age.
it was old, so
He was not
3
ill.
months, 3 months quick decline.
He was
Right.
not ill.
3 months.
can't
He worked
believe
himself to
never-
death.
You can't
worked
believe the way
himself
he
to
ate.
death.
My mother would buy a fresh ham, she'd bake the ham, and he'd cut that crust off. And he says, that's for me. He wanted the fat.
That.
He would take salt pork and fry it.
Don't tell
I
me
love it.
stories.
Oh,
Don't tell me
Jaja.
stories.
Yes.
Ted, this is no, trust me.
Here you go, salt and fat. No.
He would
Ted Crocky.
Pass that up.
He would fry the salt pork
She
up,
grabs all the fat off
and he
everything. I
took
didn't
the
eat
salt
that.
pork, and sometimes he threw the salt pork away. But he took his pumpernickel bread, he dipped it in a hot fat, and he would eat that. And the last time I saw him, he was doing that, and I says, Pop, that's gonna kill you. He says, you don't know what's good for you.
And it is.
Smoked down to the nub.
Oh, like
Yeah.
Lucky Strike. He would have been a good advertisement for Lucky Strike.
Oh, when I was talking to my
Smoke
doctor
Lucky
at the
Strike
beginning,
all his
Good
life.
man, I love you.
he smoked all the way to the very end.
And black, and black coffee
Oh, coffee he loved.
with sugar, lots of sugar.
He would get up in the morning.
Lord.
Yeah, he gave up smoking after a while.
He'd get up in the morning and he'd have a pot of coffee and go for a walk.
Okay.
And then he'd come back and he'd have another pot of coffee and
Yeah, I
make
mean,
something
I'd
to
be
eat.
dead, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing. This
Yeah.
is it. I guess you just have to find your, whatever it
Your
is.
set point.
It was a riot. Everything that's bad for you, he did.
It wasn't. Stanley,
But I was talking to my doctor at the VA about it, you know, he says, but I started getting the cholesterol. I says, where the hell did this come from? I says, my father, I was telling him, my father.
Your father probably had very high cholesterol. You know, cholesterol, that whole thing is not really they haven't really determined that.
Yeah, but anyway, he said, you know, he
Correlation.
says, well, he's from Eastern Europe. He says that there was no beef there to speak of. He says,
Right.
the meal was pork. He says, it's genetic. He says it didn't bother him, that they were, that's all they ate, mostly was pig. They ate pork, you know.
Yeah, I think in most places, pork and, yeah, some kind of fowl around the world, we're the big beef eaters, us and Argentina.
Yeah, well,
We're the big beef eaters, but other than that, people don't do that.
we're
Yeah.
the big meat eaters in my family, because Harry was a butcher.
Well, hello, that would make sense, yeah. What the
Okay.
heck?
Kid would say, what, steak again?
This bee is actually starting to bug me.
Steak.
I remember, what was it, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Mr. Smith was a butcher, and during World War II, you had to have ration coupons. But they had a store down near Grand Army Plaza, and Mom would send me down there, and I'd come in, you know, and he'd load us up with meat, you know. He didn't want any coupons, he didn't care. You know, we got loaded up with all the beef we wanted at that time. Yeah, it was a riot.
All right, tell us about the Thanksgiving party at Grandma's house in Lindenhurst,
Which thing?
where
Go ahead.
Louis opened up the...
Oh, yeah. Stephen fell in, didn't he?
He opened up what? The cesspool?
Betty knows.
The
Stephen
cesspool?
fell in the hole. We all got hysterical.
In the cesspool? I never knew that.
No, Louis opened up the vent to the furnace.
Oh, he fell into the floor.
He fell in there.
Oh, yeah, the floor. Floor.
Oh my God, he's gone!
Never a dull moment.
We had a lot of fun that I can
Yeah.
tell you.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun.
You know, this is the best part of it, looking back on it and talking
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
And you're realizing.
we can understand because we
Right.
were there
Right,
and we had
right.
slightly different versions. too.
Yes. We all saw it in a different way.
Well, that's it. That's exactly right. You see it the
But
way.
we're all part of it.
Yeah.
It was fun. And having all the kids, that was the fun part.
Yeah.
Grandma enjoyed it. She liked the children. Grandpa enjoyed it. It was fun living in Lindenhurst.
We had a lot of Thanksgivings at Grandma's house.
Oh, yeah.
And then we switched over to your house.
Yeah.
You know,
Remember?
you used
it
to
was fun
host the
with-
parties.
I liked the outdoor. We liked outdoor. Harry liked to grill, and we liked eating outdoors. Harry was an outdoor man.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I was so healthy. No,
Reading our
drink,
salad
not too
here.
many drink, outdoors all the
Good
time.
stories, Ed.
You know,
Yeah.
really had a wonderful life
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I remember Stashu building the house over it right next to Grandma. You got the
Yeah.
property next to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
would have
Built
that-
a house for
but
Jean.
because Betty, because
That was
they
like
were-
having a baby, 9 months.
Right,
They would have this
9 months
idea
it took
like,
me to build that
"We
house.
eat this food and
She
that."
lived in there for a year and a half.
You're like, all right, this is so different, but listen.
You know, that house is well taken care of. We've been to Lindenhurst. We didn't tell you that. We've been to Lindenhurst and both houses. Grandma's house and the house you built.
Houses
Nobody
are
would believe it.
I saw
I
them
know,
on
I know,
TV.
it's true.
They are
Nobody would
gorgeous.
believe it.
But you
That
want to
is true.
know,
It is true.
one
Yeah, you were
winter,
part of the gang.
there was
Oh, I
black
know,
ice,
yeah.
and I was going to work, and I came out, and I was on the top step, and before you know it, I was down at the bottom laying up
Where was this? In Lindenhurst?
That was like so cool.
in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
All those high
Oh,
steps.
boy.
I slid off.
That was a heist, too.
I didn't
I'm
get
all for
hurt.
it, and she'd make them up, and you know.
I laughed to think I could do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know we went back to Birch Street
Yeah.
Triangle.
and we saw your house? It's small. Both the house on 7th Street and Birch Street were small houses,
Bitsy.
but they're well maintained. The people who bought your house on Birch Street have
Oh,
done
yeah,
a nice
that's
job
great.
keeping
Oh, I
it very
hope
well.
so.
Yeah.
Because we were very happy in that house. Remember you kids like to run around? They had that opening in the kitchen and
Yes.
round and round.
My kids,
Do you know what else we like?
Her house looks
The
great.
ping pong table. Harry built the ping pong table.
ping pong table in the
No,
basement.
he bought it.
He bought it?
And we had it in the basement.
Oh, here come
But in the
nice
summer,
nice
he
little kids.
carried outdoors.
Was that where they had the spin the bottle parties, Betty?
Yeah. I had some very nice tapes on the party we had there. Oh, look at all these darling children.
Hi.
Oh, my.
Oh, look at them. Have a good swim.
Oh, boy, oh, you're gonna have fun. Nobody told me to bring my bathing suit.
So Ruth, Betty's telling us about the spin the bottle parties you guys had.
It was a good life,
Yeah.
but we loved South Carolina. Oh, well, Harry couldn't work. His back was injured,
Yeah.
and only if he had a sit-down job. So at 57, he had to retire. And I was working part-time in Abraham and Stroud, but every chance we got, we were running down south because the grandkids were there.
Yeah.
And
That was
grandparents
Rocky Hill,
run
right?
For the grandkids.
Rocky Mount?
Rock Hill.
And
Rock
I
Hill.
loved it, and I said to her, oh, I'd love to buy a house here. And we did, right next door to Judy's house.
That was a riot the way he got it, because I remember when the guy wanted I forget what he wanted for it. The Harry
Something
was
in
telling
the
me
50s.
he wanted so much money and Harry offered him what you were selling.
$38,000.
38,000. And the guy says, "You're out of your mind, 38,000." And what was it? A month or two later, he couldn't sell it, so he gave it to you. He gave it to him for 38. It was great.
Well, he couldn't sell it, and we were the only ones that looked at it
Yeah.
in over a year. So the realtor said, he's not going to accept. I said, that's okay. Harry was keeping in touch with the man across the street who had a house in great condition, a little more money. But we were guys said, we're going to buy the house across the street.
Yeah.
He comes back and tells us he accepted your offer.
Unbelievable, huh? Can miracles happen?
We sold our house in Lindenhurst for $38,000, and we bought
And a brick house, a big brick house.
Yeah.
3-level,
Yeah.
tremendous 21-foot den. It
What
was
land, too.
Yeah.
It was dining room, full living room. It was fabulous.
Did you like your time in Lindenhurst?
What?
The three of you, did you like your time in Lindenhurst?
Oh, yeah. It was good.
And what was the best thing for Harry? He made friends with the man that worked for the city. He used to drive down every way. And there was an empty lot alongside our house. And he said they're never going to build on that because they're using it for a right-of-way in case there's a fire. Fire engine can come through. And he said to Harry, would you like to have a garden on that? And Harry said, yes. So he went to the city and got permission. And boy, did he have a garden.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He grew everything.
But Harry always loved the garden. And I remember as a kid going over to your house, and it was always nice, the flowers there. I don't remember the vegetable gardens, but I always remembered flowers.
He grew on my plot before I built the house for.
Oh, where Grandma, next to Grandma's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was living in Grandma's house, he grew some there. He said, "Can I have some?" I said, sure. Got plenty of room. Dig it up. Go to it.
But the only garden he had in Lindenhurst was behind the garage. He grew tomatoes and he grew peppers. And when he got there, he had the biggest garden in the whole county. He gave a lot of vegetables away. We had to buy a freezer, and we froze vegetables for the whole year. And what was nice about the South, when the pimientos or whatever was in bloom, they had recipes in the newspaper.
Oh, that's nice.
And we grew eggplant, which we loved. And I cooked a lot of eggplant. It was fabulous.
Yeah. Betty, you mentioned that you worked at A&S. I had heard stories about people at A&S that would buy a winter coat at the beginning of the season, and then in the spring would bring the coat back. Is that? Did you remember?
I never heard that.
You never heard that?
Maybe
Okay.
it happened.
Yeah.
There are people who are like that.
Yeah.
I never heard that.
It's probably my mother.
Yeah, they buy an expensive
But you
dress
know
for a party.
what
Next day
happened?
they bring it back.
Soiled.
There was a
They
lot
bring it
of
back.
Got a
robbery.
question, Mike.
Robbery, yeah.
One time,
Where are those
2 men
trees that were
came
cut
in
down?
and they
They're
wheeled
going
out
to
a
be cut
rack
down
of
Thursday.
coats.
Oh, they're gonna
They
be.
stole them and they got away with it.
It'll be an adventure
Nobody
to be
Where are
stopped
they?
them.
Where are they?
And so those trees in front of us,
Uh-huh.
about 3/4 of the ones on the other side of the road.
I'm not sure you can see
Well, I
that.
got your poem.
Oh, good, thank you.
Yeah, I
But
got your
it
poem.
was,
I'd love to hear it, maybe at
I
dinner.
didn't,
Maybe if
I
Liz
only
comes out here,
started to
we can
work
all-
But we're gonna go
because
sit down
you
for
Okay, then
dinner.
let's-
wanted to
do
go
it
to
inside.
college.
Salad inside too.
In the 7th and 8th grade, she had these wonderful teachers, and she said, I want to be a
Yeah,
teacher.
that's fine.
So I spoke to Harry. I said, we really have to give her
Really, the
to
reason I
you.
took the trip
He
was
said,
I
I
wanted to
can't
write the
afford
poem
it.
and
There
give
was
it to you.
35 people.
He was writing it on the plane.
So
I'm gonna give him away.
I asked him permission if I could get a job.
Oh my God, times have changed.
A&S
Project for
was
many people.
opened up, and they had part-time work. So I started with Saturday all day, Friday night, and Monday night. They were not open all week. And then I increased my hours. I saved every penny I had so I could pay her college dues. She wouldn't have, I didn't want her to go to college and have to struggle.
Did you have a good swim?
So
Yeah.
I got, then the
Somebody
wedding,
looks like you
then
had
the
fun.
husband. When Liz was ready to go to college,
You wanna know
I
something?
was
Two
tired.
boys,
Yeah.
I was the
And I
company
said, Liz,
and they went on to
if
scouting.
you get a
And
job,
I
I will
stayed.
give you, I will buy you a
Cub
new
Scouts, and
car.
everybody said, "What are
You
you
don't
crazy?
need
All
to
of
go
us
to
years
college.
ago."
She
I
says,
said,
I want to go
Come here, this is
to
the
college.
first crack of den brothers.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Yeah.
they had.
Hi, Rowan. How was
Their
it?
group wanted to have
These are my brothers.
user kids go there.
And this is my brother Stanley, lives in Tennessee.
Nice to meet you.
Pleased to
And
meet
this
you.
is my brother
Hey,
Eddie,
swimmer.
lives in
He's in the middle of
Saratoga.
You like to swim?
So let me tell you something.
Hey, I was a sailor. I would sail out on the ocean on a
Probably
big
the
ship.
last time.
Did you ever see the
Yeah.
big ships in the ocean? See them on television?
Teddy.
The aircraft carriers with the planes flying
How
off?
you doing?
That's what I used to do.
Nice to meet you.
Him and Ruth, they brought them out.
Nice to meet you.
Tim,
Tim, I got my hands full, so.
Taking a sibling
we are
story.
having a gift fest.
There you go. That's good.
Friday morning.
That's
So,
good.
Let me
Stas,
tell you why they
tell me
never
the
made
story
first
about when
class.
I was a
Wait,
little
your
kid.
dad's talking.
What?
Let him
Tell me the
Oh,
story when
you
I
were-
was a little kid.
When you were when he was a little kid, you were living on
The truth
12th
was
Street,
Twelfth
just
Street.
below
on the test,
4th
I got
Avenue.
permission.
And you
Teddy
were living
goes,
on,
he
I guess, the
swims
4th floor or something.
halfway
You were
to
way
pool,
up there.
and he can't make it.
And
Yeah.
this
And
guy,
then my
what a
other
camera.
son, Steven,
My God, I wanted
he
to take
jumps
pictures of
in.
every time I
And he sneaks right to the
Boyak, Boyak.
Everybody
He called me
thinks he's
Polish. Boyak.
And I look in
I did. I remember seeing him outside on the fire escape, trying to take a picture of me in
I'm
the high
trying to
chair.
sneak up on a fire escape to get no one else to see me.
It is a true story. I wasn't making that up.
No, it was true.
my swimming was so
I'm
good.
telling
It
you,
is.
he spot me right away.
Especially when
Boyak.
when the water's right this close.
Now, you know,
yeah, we're-
Dad and I went back to that house.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing the place again.
Yeah.
And the fire escape in the back. Yeah, it was really a nice memory.
Yeah.
I remember you being out there. You must have been, what, 22?
I don't know how old I was at that time.
Ryan and I
Well,
were
that's a
Because I had to be 3 years old.
That was before I went to
So
Navy.
60 years ago.
Yeah, it was before I went to Navy.
Before you went.
Yeah, because I didn't go into. I joined the Navy when we were living in Liberty. I joined the Navy in 1950, December of 1950.
That would be, I would be 3 years old then.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is-
Oh
okay.
boy,
I remember that like I was there yesterday. Shoot.
couldn't fool you at all. This is after it was cooked.
No, not cooked. Before she cooked it, she washed the meat. Her mother told her, you always have to wash meat.
So she washed
She
it.
cried, she was crying.
She watched it. The story I heard is that she watched it go down the
But
drain.
dissolve, you know, what's it gonna do? And she cried like a baby.
Now, tell us about Germain's.
Oh,
Oh,
Jermaine.
Jermaine.
Germain's
Jermaine's?
The department.
department store. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to sell a paper at night on Saturday night in front of Jermaine's. The next night is Sunday paper. And Jermaine's had the
Glass.
lobby, like a lobby.
Yeah.
And then Saturday night, I see how dirty it is and all. So I go in and I see the head,
Floor walker, Mr.
yeah,
Hugs.
floor walker.
Yeah.
And I says, look, I says, the place is a mess on the at night, on the Sunday morning. I says, I can come up here and sweep away everything and mop the floors if I can get 50 cents.
It was terrazzo floors, the old terrazzo. Yeah.
So we go to see Mr. Jermaine's, and he wouldn't go higher than a quarter. So every Sunday morning,
Bye now.
take care.
Bye, Tim.
Yeah.
Bye,
So every
Roland.
Sunday morning, I'm going with a bucket and a mop and a broom, and I go up there and I sweep it up, and people are vomiting and everything. And they had these
Lovely.
like displays, you know, the displays that
The
you walk into.
glass enclosures, that you could walk
You
completely
guys, whenever
around.
you're ready, we can go sit down and start on the dinner.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
let's do it.
Jermaine,
This is an unusual
you
way
cracked
to
the
leave.
window.
Really? I didn't tell anybody, did I?
No, one of the workers said to me, I know your brother did this.
Yeah. They have a plaque at Prospect Hall that got Teddy's name on it.
Yeah, when we went to Prospect Hall, I couldn't walk that much, so they took you around the whole
No,
place,
you went
remember?
around. No, you went around. Let me get backtrack again. We went back to Prospect Hall, and Dad was in the car, and I went up to the door, and I saw somebody inside, so I knocked on the door. and it turned out to be the manager. And I said, look, my father's here. He's at the time of 87 years old or whatever. And he said, bring him in, bring him in. And I was like, oh, great. So he took us in. He took us up on the elevator, which was the first elevator here in the United States brought over from France. Then he talked us about the fact that the mobs would go behind the bar into a trap door when the cops would come, and they'd go and run out. They go down the trap door and out the back. So tell me about Prospect Hall. Well, you guys remember Prospect Hall?
It was a German hall, and the Polacks bought it. It was really a German hall, and the Polacks bought it, and it was like a cultural center. You know, it had a big bar. That's what the Polish cultural.
And they had a balcony too. Remember, they had a balcony.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my God, this is fun. I love all this. I don't know.
When I was up on the balcony.
Okay.
Basketball games on Sunday night.
When I was in the Coast Guard in
And we
uniform.
used to sit in the balcony, my friend and I, and when they played pennies from heaven, we'd drop pennies down on the dance floor.
How old would you have been then?
How old was I?
When you were doing that, dropping the pennies from...
From heaven.
Remember. Well, let me think. I gotta think. I guess I must have been late teens, 1920, something like that.
But it was a beautiful spot, really. It still is a beautiful hall, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it still beautiful, honey?
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's really beautiful. The wood there and everything.
Look at you two kids. You've got this all.
So what about you?
Martha
You said
Stewart's.
you looked down from the.
And
I was on Liberty with a friend of mine from the Coast Guard, and we were up in the balcony looking down,
That's fine.
and we see these group of girls down here. There was
I don't want to
girls down
dictate
here.
it.
And you know the way some guys are, and I wasn't that way at that time. No, not
The other
me.
one was...
I said to him, that one is mine.
Do you guys want some wine?
I don't care for anything. I'm happy.
I had a big erector set, and in it I had to look at the diagrams and I had to figure out how to put this thing together. I became mechanically inclined. When he was working on his car, he wanted to change the clutch, I would work with him. He planned, when he got out, he wanted Pop to buy that property up in upstate New York. He told Pop, he says, buy the farm. He says, I'll get a piece of property down on the highway. He says, open a gas station and Stanley and I will work it. He wanted to work with me. He wanted to break me in. Yeah. But he taught me photography. He broke me in with photography. Because he had his own
beautiful thing then. This is lovely.
Is this Louis? This is
Louis was the teacher.
Yeah.
He was
Oh,
great. He was great.
I never heard that story at all.
He taught me when he came back, he set up a little photo lab in the basement in Brooklyn, bought an enlarger, bought me an enlarger, bought the trays, the chemicals and everything, showed me what to do, and he says, okay, it's yours, have fun.
Really?
And I loved it. I loved
So
it.
he was a good teacher that
Oh,
way.
yes,
Get
he
you
was-
started and then you're
he
on
was
your
good.
Wow. Who had the pigeon coop?
Louis. Louis had the picture.
Up on the roof, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he'd be up there for
Oh,
hours.
boy.
He'd be up there for hours.
You know, one thing that was interesting, when you were kids, everybody had a job. You didn't need working papers.
Yeah.
Louis pulled a little red wagon of groceries for little old ladies to the apartment house. Eddie made himself a shoe shine box and shine shoes over the weekend. And you, Stanley, wanted a job. So on Saturday, you were selling shopping bags. You buy them 2 for a penny, and he sold them for 1 penny. And before he went out, he said to my mother, bless me so I do well. And he sold all his shopping bags for a penny. Everybody worked.
Yeah.
Nobody was idle. Oh, and I had a neighbor who approached me. She had 2 children and asked me if I would come after school and do her shopping. She would give me 10 cents. So she gave me every day.
I'll take it, Sam.
I would go to her house, and
Interesting.
she'd give me a grocery list, and I'd go to the store and buy what was on the list. And at the end of the week, I had 50 cents. I was rich.
I had the same thing. I had the woman across the street, the German woman. She used to send me to the bakery for donuts. So I'd go to the bakery to get the donuts, and I'd eat one or two and bring them back.
Did she count them?
She never said nothing. Oh, she never said a word. Of course, she had to know.
Always eating, like Mama, always eating, always eating.
I remember when I was very young, Pop would take me up on a Saturday when he had the money. He would take me up and we'd go to the bakery on Prospect Avenue in Fifth.
Oh,
Is there a spatula like this?
Oh, yeah.
It's for fish.
I thought that was part of your workout.
It's like a pizza
Mr.
spatula.
Muscle guy there.
He'd get a dozen corn muffins, and they were big corn muffins, big thing. And at that time, you got the baker's dozen. They gave you 13.
Yeah.
So we get that. He'd buy a big loaf of Russian.
Oh, that bread was something big, round, looked like a mountain.
big pumpkin and rye bread. I still think of it.
Oh my God, it sounds wonderful.
He
sounds
cut
It
that
was
up.
only 35 cents. Great big
Oh, it was
loaf.
Great
amazing.
big, yeah.
And just that and butter was heavily.
Pop would fry the bacon up for me, and he'd make me a big egg sandwich, on a Saturday. I wouldn't eat for Mom, but I ate for Pop. I always ate with Pop. He was
Mom went up to Fifth Avenue to buy chicken, and on a weekend they had the storefront there, and you pick out the chicken, live chicken you want.
That wasn't Fifth Avenue. 17th Street below 3rd Avenue.
No, Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue.
It was kosher.
Oh,
Kosher.
no, this wasn't kosher.
Kosher chicken. She'd go to the kosher butcher store for her chicken.
And they'd kill it, they'd strip it, and then she'd take it home.
Mom wouldn't have it stripped.
No, never stripped.
Oh, she never had. Yeah, she wanted the feathers.
She
Yeah.
took the down feathers, and she had bags and bags of down feathers, and then she would make a feather quilt.
Comforter.
She was really,
Pillows.
she was very resourceful too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she had to be.
Had no
There
choice.
wasn't much money.
Right.
Yeah, we used to get the day old.
Well, that must have taken a few chickens to come the other
Yeah.
day.
Well, Louis was working for Ironhorns, the grocery store. He worked for Ironhorns, and they wanted a delivery boy. They had a bicycle there. They needed a delivery boy, so he talked them up and they got me the job.
Yeah, nobody was getting 10 cents an hour when he started. 10 cents an hour.
Yeah. And in that
But
basket.
what did candy cost?
Yeah.
What did a beer cost?
No, your nickel, you got a big beer.
Come on, I told you, I got the pot for 10
Yeah, 10
cents.
cents you got the
Pop
beer.
gave me the great big pot with the cover.
You know what the Irish
A tin pail. A tin pail full of beer.
I got you remember Mr. Farron lived 2 doors down? He sent me up to get beer one time. You know what he did? He greased the inside of the pail so it wouldn't have a big head. He'd get more beer instead of head.
Really?
Yeah, put something in there, you know.
So it's all beer.
That's very funny.
And the bartender knew it. He says, yeah, got a greased pail.
I'm just a delivery boy.
Yeah, he'd give you a penny get the penny or two for getting the beer for him.
Tell me about Prospect Park. What used to go on in Prospect Park?
Oh, that was a place to be. Betty would take us up there in the summertime. All the kids together. We'd go up to Prospect Park, and there were the sheep nibbling on the grass.
No
That's
grass.
a lawnmower. That's a lawnmower.
That was their lawn. They had
That was their
herds
lawnmower.
of sheep to cut the grass, to crop the grass.
So like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, she'd drop us off at the park, and she'd come back home. And we'd be playing around here and having a lot of fun. And they had a flower, what do they call it, arboretum or something like that. We used to visit, remember? And then 12 o'clock, she'd come up with the sandwiches and food for us. And we'd all get together, we'd have lunch there, and we'd sit at a real picnic. It was
Took care of those boys.
uphill.
I was the other mother.
Yes, it was
I was
uphill.
the other mother in my family. I understand.
Well, I told you, that's
I
what
was.
Betty was.
But you know why the sheep were out? There was a zoo at the other end of the park. And every day they let the sheep out.
Okay, tell your story, tell your story. We're on the movie camera. I just want to be with you.
Every day they let the sheep out. And sometime there would be a shepherd boy and a dog, sometime a dog, and sometime just sheep. And the kids got so excited when they saw the sheep roaming the field. They'd roam all day and chew the grass.
Yeah, they had no lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Where were they when I was a kid? I went to Prospect Park and all I remember was ducks.
Ah, yeah,
And
but they...
you know what else we had? We had an enclosed merry-go-round.
Yeah.
And in the winter, we'd go up. It was enclosed, and we'd ride on the merry-go-round. And if you caught the gold ring, you got a free ride.
They really did a gold ring?
I would catch.
You went down,
There was they come out with rings, and you'd pull on them as you went by.
You got the brass ring and you got a free ride.
Yeah.
But that, I didn't participate, I was too young. But I remember that it burned down at the court.
I often caught the ring.
Yeah, you did?
I had a long arm.
And there was a lake. There was a lake. And they had boats. People rented boats. We would steal a boat. We'd find one somewhere and we'd steal it. And we'd let it go. We had some fun up there. And then me and Angelo would go up there together and we'd climb the tree, and it's a cherry tree, and we'd be eating the fruit and up in the tree. One day I remember I broke my shoulder. Climbed the tree, I was climbing the tree, an old oak tree, and I grabbed the branch and it gave, and I fell. And I fell on the roots that was sticking out of the ground, so I broke my shoulder. So I went home, I didn't say a word, you know. And so next day they found out, and Mom would run me right away to the hospital.
There's a police station, and the police.
Oh, the police, yeah, that's
my mother always went to the police station,
because
and they put
that's the
the
authority.
injured person in the
That's a
car and
symbol of
take them to
authority.
the hospital.
We didn't have a phone to call up
That's
the
wild.
hospital.
And I have a story to tell you.
Go ahead.
I bought Stanley a pair of skates one time.
Oh, I heard this story. Yep, you gotta go.
Eddie took the skates one night, and he
You
got
told me not
tricked.
to give him the skates, but he talked me into it, and I reached out the living room window, handed him the skates.
Right.
Yeah,
You told me, don't give him the skates. But I was loyal to my brother.
Right.
do you remember, Stanley, when I bought you
Well,
that
let's
set
finish with the
of
skates.
iron toys?
Pardon?
Iron toys
Yeah, oh, the little
with the
soldier.
fire engine and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We
But
didn't,
you're
finish,
right.
we didn't finish with the skates, remember? I went up at night, I went up in the evening, and the entrance to the driving for the park, they closed that off so we could skate. So they were learning skates, you know what I mean? I'm going around, having a good time. Someone puts their foot out, trips me, and I break my wrist.
Well, I heard a different version of that. I heard you were trying to impress some girl who jumped up on a tree.
Thank you.
When you come down, the skates flipped out. I had a different version. Oh, my.
Wow, look at that food.
That's a lot of food.
Great food.
And what is
Oh boy, look good at these.
We had a wild time.
something else I'm trying to remember?
All right, this is a sad part. You had a sibling who was killed outside the house, was run over.
That was in the Bronx.
That was in the Bronx.
That was in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Hey, Liz and Michael.
What number was he?
My mother and father had bought the house
Hey,
in
Liz and Michael.
and we were going to move. But we lived
So
in
you lived in the Bronx first?
we lived in the Bronx
Yeah,
in
we
the
lived in the
tenement. About 6 flights up, I remember climbing those stairs. We lived in the tenement with fire escape. At one time, and then we lived in a very dangerous area, Kirk, and they ran back and forth across the street playing, and he got hit by a truck.
What was his name?
Ben Bernard, Benny, I guess.
Benny?
Bolasov. Bolasov.
How old was he?
Bolasov.
What number was he? First, second, third child?
I think he was the oldest
He
one.
was probably after me.
Uh-huh.
I don't recall
That would make him
exactly.
third then, right? You came after Frank.
And my mother always said, a mirror fell down and broke, and she said, it's a danger signal. And he was killed. That was superstitious.
I remember hearing that.
Yeah.
I was 1 year old when we moved to Brooklyn. Yeah.
Okay, I don't think I remember you guys telling me that you guys lived in the Bronx at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we lived in the Bronx.
Only Johnny and I were born in Brooklyn.
I was about 6 years old when we moved to Brooklyn.
Remember my 20th wedding, my 20th birthday party in Florida, and the Eddie Krzyzewski.
20th or 80th? 20th or 80th?
My 80th.
Or
Right?
80th, okay.
80th. Remember Ed Krzyzewski?
Yes.
And he lived in the Bronx, right where we lived. The same priest, the same church, the same everything. And he got thick with the cousins. Yeah, he lived.
Do you remember where in the Bronx you lived?
About 165th or somewhere around.
Well, that was near 356
But it was
East
a very-
156. I lived at 356 East 156th Street.
Right.
That was their address. I remember it because
Yeah.
And you
I
know
used to walk there all
what
the
we had?
time.
We had a chicken.
No, thanks.
They hold chickens across
Thanks,
the road. There was a place.
He's the host with the
Everybody
most.
would watch. They get on the bus. Plus the rats would be running in and out all around that place. It was a form of entertainment.
In the Bronx?
In the Bronx.
There you go.
We got to shut down. I would like to just...
Thank you very much.
Yes, can you... Not me, no. But I would like to say, just from the bottom of our hearts, this is a very special time for us to share all of your memories, but I'm going to toast the host.
Suitcase in the bedroom, that was a stepfather.
Instead of aspirin.
He used to visit us.
Inflammatory.
Grandma's stepfather.
And turmeric capsules.
So you guys never had a grandparents here in America?
You know,
Well,
we could have used grandparents.
Mom used to tell stories about where they stored this food under the house. In the basement, she'd go down there, her mother sent her down there for something. She'd go in and open a jar. Open a jar of sour cream and stick up finger in it.
Yeah, she told me that too.
Yeah.
She loved the sour cream.
She loved it.
But she'd go and stick her fingers in and lick the sour cream. And then when they had another baby, I get to,
I never told him.
What's that?
when mom
Mom,
had
she was a baby.
stepsisters,
Yeah, when she was a baby.
and her mother told her, give the baby some bread, soak the bread. So she'd soak the bread, and then she'd taste it first.
She'd eat half of it at least.
said, I'm going to give this more time. So he said,
She'd taste it so good, she would have some for herself.
And she's supposed to watch the chickens, and one chicken got, a wolf takes a chicken into the woods. A fox, yeah, a fox takes a chicken. She got a beating for that because she didn't watch a chicken.
Yeah, she was,
and I said, you said,
I think 5 years old.
Yeah.
And she had to watch the chickens to keep them from going
At 5 years old?
5 years old.
okay, now I'm going to
And they had the cows, and she had to keep the cows out of the vegetable garden.
Right.
The cows weren't afraid of the little 5-year-old, so she had trouble chasing them. Chickens went over by the woods. A fox came out, grabbed one, and just walking like heck, and she's yelling, at least two, a fox is here.
So Liz, what do you take?
She got beat for that, and she said the next day she went in the woods looking for that. 5-year-old. She went in the woods looking for. She found a pile of feathers deep in the woods, with no bones, nothing else.
My
The
blood
fox ate
pressure's
everything.
really low. Like I look at it and go, whoa, that's like too low. So maybe I should.
Yeah, she's supposed to watch the baby.
Really low.
And I forget what remember that? She was supposed to watch a baby and she didn't. The baby got into the water or something.
That's what mine used to be, 100
that.
over 60 or 99 over 60 or something. It's like, it doesn't need to be that low, so maybe
What happened with the baby?
that would be a good choice.
Nothing happened,
Hillary and I
but
spoke about that and I never
she wasn't paying
followed through,
attention,
but I
you
think
know.
I should try that, that's a good
And she got
start,
punished for that.
just reducing. And then I'll try some of that vinegar that you're talking about, which I've never.
It's a hard life.
So
It's a hard
I'm
life.
Good way to do
curious,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Does
And
anybody
you gotta remember, you're out in the country, there's nothing around there. You're about it.
Do you want some more?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you, but that was delicious. That was, oh.
I wrote a state of that.
We had, we were living in the downstairs apartment, and periodically we lived sometimes upstairs, sometimes downstairs.
In Brooklyn?
My machine was
Yeah.
It depended on what we rented.
how to do it.
And this time we were living downstairs, but the people upstairs didn't have a lot of money for rent, so we kept the living room upstairs as a bedroom for all us boys. And so they just had gotten a new bed spring and
You know,
mattress.
it's kind of fun.
And Johnny and I go upstairs, they sent us to bed, and Jenny sends us to bed. I'm gonna wait till she gets
We're
back.
talking about steaming milk, but
Got to tell the stories about the
I heard Liz hear that.
trolleys. Things that may have happened with the trolleys that you guys dealt
Oh,
with.
we used to hitch rides on the back
Yeah.
of the trolley. Because the trolley ran right down our street. And
Right.
we used to hitch a ride on the trolley, and so
It went
sometimes
up and down at
Sometimes
the
we-
tracks.
put a penny on the track, to flatten it out, and it would go bang, and the guy would stop, he'd get mad as heck, Because it could have derailed the trolley.
We used to, you see the trolley run by electric, and there's a wire, the string goes up there, and there's the wire and the roll, and that's what runs it, that's the electric. And it had the reel on the bottom, and then it had, the trolley itself had like a very narrow ledge there, where that wheel was. We used to grab the wheel and hang on, standing on the ledge,
Oh my
hitching
God.
a ride. I fell off once, I wound up in the hospital.
With what?
I fell off the damn trolley.
But what happened to you when you
Fall on your head or?
Probably, that's why the way I am today.
That was good, huh? Very nice.
I was telling Teddy about the time when we had the upstairs living room where we used it as a bedroom for the boys, and
When the other people were living up there at the time.
yeah, we had that as our bedroom, and they had bought a new mattress and bed spring, and you sent Johnny and I to bed, and we get upstairs, and Johnny was a little bit of an instigator.
Oh, he was an imp.
So what we started doing, we started having a pillow fight. And I mean, he's 4 years old, and he whacked me with a pillow. I mean, knocked me off my feet. And then bounced down on the bed, and we're making a lot of noise, And Betty's downstairs, says, "You guys better get to sleep, you better go to bed." She's yelling up, So we quiet for a few minutes, then we started again. Then we started bouncing. We're bouncing on this. The two of us are bouncing.
It's just you and Johnny out
Just
there?
me and Johnny. We're bouncing. All of a sudden we bounce, we come down, and the spring broke.
Oh,
Came through it, but we sleeping. Was down on the floor. Oh, we're in trouble now. So what do? Johnny did. No, we take all the clothes that are in the closet and we stuff it in there to make it look level. And we're making all these plans. We're going to go sell junk, and we're going to buy gold paint and get a spring from the junkie and paint it gold, and we're going to replace it. So we get up and we're gone. I guess to school. I guess whatever. And Teddy was working somewhere. I don't know. He come home in the morning, And Mom says, well, go upstairs and go to sleep, you know. So he goes upstairs and he comes down and says, man, he says, that bed, there's something wrong with it. My back is broken. Then they discovered the broken spring.
Oh, geez, you guys were terrible. Now, let me ask you this, since I've got Teddy's name, what do you guys remember about, what can you tell me about Teddy?
Teddy, what do you want to know about him?
Anything you can tell me. Anything you can tell me.
Teddy was the most happy-go-lucky guy you ever saw. I adored him.
He was really something.
You could hear him coming in the house. He would be whistling a happy tune. You could hear his step come down. The guy had nothing to look forward to. Right? He did everything he could to make a buck. He borrowed money, I think from Betty and Frank to get the truck, and of course to make a karting business. And it wasn't a great success.
Yeah.
But he would take the kids out to Canarsie, where Idlewild, where Kennedy Airport is now, and he'd dig up the swamp dirt. And he'd go up and down the streets with the cowbells, you know, doit, doit, penny a pound, black doit, you know.
Doit, doit, good doit.
Surprising, you know. Doesn't take much to make a pound of doit.
We're talking about Teddy.
Yeah, him and Frank were bitter enemies.
I didn't get it.
We're talking about Teddy. Your brother Teddy.
Oh, what about, I didn't get it.
What did you think about Teddy?
Oh.
Your memories of Teddy.
Him? I liked him.
He was nice.
He was a very nice guy.
Very nice.
And I was so sorry he didn't live long.
I think that his accident saved him from a worse, painful death. That's what I think. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it.
That was meant for him.
Yeah.
He told Mom before he went in service he was not going to live long. He had that feeling.
Yeah.
So what was it? Why did he feel that way?
They had an accident of some sort.
But why did he feel that? I know the accident, but why did he feel that he wasn't going to live long?
Premonition. It's called premonition.
Yeah.
We had a friend, Mrs. Schultz.
I remember the name, Mrs. Schultz. Yeah.
Oh, she gave us a lot of pleasure. She could read the cards and read what. She was very good. And one time she came to the house and Teddy asked her to read the card. So she shuffled and laid them out, nothing. So she tried again. And then finally nothing.
Oh, geez.
And she tried again, nothing. So she told him she couldn't read cards that day.
Yeah.
There was no future, she told my mother.
Yeah.
Saw nothing for
There
him.
was nothing.
She might have seen it.
Yeah, she was a very good card reader.
Yeah.
I remember that name.
Polska Pani.
Yeah.
No, Polska Pani was the one on 13th Street.
Yeah.
That was Polska Pani.
What did she do? What did Polska Pani do?
She was just a neighbor.
Well, she had she had these girls, two daughters and a son. Polska Pani was a widow, and her son was working with an undertaker. And the girls were friends with this young man who had a bowling alley. And one time, I was about 18, they invited me to go with them. So I went there, and we bowled, and he came back, and I bowled. But I think he really liked me, and I was afraid of him because he was Italian. And that was the way it was in my time.
Yeah.
I never would go to the
You didn't
movies.
see much mixed marriages.
No.
But I'll tell you one thing I never told anybody. He gave me a kiss one time that knocked me off my feet.
Wow.
I've never forgotten it. And one time, I was living in Rock Hill, and then I woke up in the middle of the night, and I sensed his presence there. And I said a prayer for him. He must have passed on. And I still pray for him once in a while. But I was afraid of him because of his nationality. And he was older than I was. I wasn't mature at 18 to accept anyone older like that. I didn't have enough experience. But he was a very nice person.
So about how older than you was he?
He might have been 8 or 10 years. He was too old.
That's a big difference at 18.
For me at 18.
Yeah.
Plus the fear. But I'll never forget him. Because...
Was he your first kiss?
Huh?
Was he your first kiss?
No.
You mean my sister was going around kissing guys without knowing it?
We used to play spin the bottle at parties.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I never
the truth finally comes out. I'm finally learning.
We thought spin the bottle was something in our generation, but you guys played spin the bottle?
Oh, yeah.
And then he told my friends not to bring me there anymore.
To the bowling alley?
At the bowling alleys. I did meet him one time, long afterwards. Yeah.
So that was a special spot in your heart?
I gave him a picture of me, and he had that hanging in his room. And he said every girl that came in his room wanted to know who it was. Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice
But I
memory.
think that I wasn't mature enough for that romance.
Yeah.
All right, now let me ask you a very personal question. You don't have to answer it. Do you remember who was your first kiss?
I don't remember. It probably was spin the bottle.
There were so many.
Spin the bottle it amounted to nothing more than a spin the bottle.
I remember my first couple.
Uh-oh, here it goes.
Oh, in school, when I went to school.
The teacher?
No. Little girl in the first grade, Grace Fearings. She was beautiful, and I was smitten with her. But I was too shy to approach her. You know? I was too shy. I was really smitten with that young girl. And I never forgot her all these years, from the time I was like 6 years old. I still remember that sweet little girl, you know. I often wonder whatever happened to her.
It's amazing, huh?
Yeah.
Right. It's very interesting. And what an adventurous life we've had.
Oh, yeah.
All of us.
We've had a lot of things
All
going
of
on.
us.
Yeah. Different things have gone under the bridge, good and bad.
Yeah.
They're fooling around with girls, and all I was interested in was getting a penny and going buying a cigarette. Go to Moishe's candy store.
Teddy.
A penny for a cigarette.
Yeah, for Lucy's, the loose cigarettes. Because if the cigarettes was about 8 or 10 cents a pack,
you break it open
and sold them a penny apiece.
Our very special visitor, my Uncle Eddie, said to me,
Hi, Uncle Spine. Please say you'll be my Valentine.
Whiskey in the dough. No. And she rolled it out, and she'd slice it, and then I had to put it through and make the bow tie. When I was small, I would help her put the dough through, and then she'd fry it in the oil.
Well, when we did it here that year, your brother and sister made krusciki, and Ted and I were here. I was the one frying it, and Ted was the one helping with the bow.
Make the bow.
And eating it.
Standing over there.
Ted was eating it.
And then Ted was eating a lot of them, yes. And remember all the krusciki we made? That was a lot.
We lived in Rock Hill. Harry and I would make krusciki constantly. And when people came, they were, they didn't ever have it, so they were very impressed with krusciki. It's really nice.
Yeah. Well, what about the time Grandma was making krusciki and she called you up? Hello?
She called me up.
She called you up.
For what?
Whiskey.
Oh.
You don't remember?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have
You gotta have that in the
You
door.
gotta have a shot in there.
I
Put a rum in there.
think she did that with the pure.
You take a drink yourself.
Yeah, I think he forgot about that. He said, "Why do you need the whiskey, Mom?" And she said, "Well, you put a little in there, and a little in here, a little in there, a little in here." I know he's busy eating, can't remember.
No.
Now, I remember Grandpa loving Stephen. Stephen, I hope you're listening. And Stephen and I would go into the chicken coop, and I always got blamed for spooking the chickens, getting them all riled up. It was Stephen.
A little rascal.
And he would find all of the chicken eggs and bring them to Grandpa. And so Grandpa loved them.
Yeah.
Well,
No, he was something with his chickens. I tell you.
yeah. Did you do anything with the chickens? No?
No, I was too old then. But he used to come out, and he had the yard, you know. And he'd come out and have the chickens out there. They'd be free ranging in the yard. You know, when he got them back, he had an old pot. They put some corn in, and he started rattling the corn. Chip, 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 chip. They come running like crazy. They all flock in. He was like a little Pied Piper.
Now, Stanley, so were there chickens when you were growing up there? And
We got in Long Island, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when we moved to Long Island, Hop was
And
looking
he
for
had a
chickens.
garden.
And
He used the chicken manure.
he got a company in Michigan that he bought the chickens, and they guaranteed that once the chickens started producing, they give you 350 eggs a year. And they gave you a chart. They wanted to know that these chickens were producing. And they guaranteed that there would only be so many roosters in the batch. It wouldn't be all roosters. It would be
Interesting.
mostly hens.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was something. And so we had a brooder. I think Frank put together a brooder for them, you know, and we had them because they came in the wintertime. And we had them in the basement down in the old house. And we had the brooder down there, these little chicks there, popping it out, you know, feed them the meal and whatnot. Yeah.
Okay, so did you eat the chickens or just the eggs?
No,
You ate the chickens and the eggs?
Oh yeah, we didn't eat the laying chickens. What happened was that after their first year, we'd have some, but you had to get rid of them. You know, these were so many chickens. I got it here. So I think it was Frank was talking to the rabbi, and the rabbi could come by and he would buy the flock that, when you want to turn them over, he would buy the whole flock and they'd take, kill them for the kosher butcher. So,
wow.
yeah.
Didn't Grandpa a couple of times have trouble with a fox getting in the hen house or something? Something got in and got the chicken.
Raccoons, probably.
Raccoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think there would be a fox down there.
No. Raccoons, but we had raccoons around here. So there was a creek on between 8th and 9th Street. A creek went down to the bay.
That's where we used to go drinking.
Yeah.
As kids.
Yeah. The raccoons were watching you.
Stephen and I and our friend.
No, thanks, I'm good. Ted might want to finish it up.
I don't want to save that.
All right, I'll have some, please.
Give it to Teddy.
Maybe Stanley wanted it.
Now,
I'm protecting yourself.
By eating the lettuce, that's good. Oh, yes.
All right. I'll put this over here.
I'm gonna go there and wash it out.
I'll tell you, Betty, Caitlin takes after you. She's a leg person too. We have chickens, she wants a leg.
Oh, look at that dessert.
Woo! In one corner of the bedroom, and Louie and Teddy had the other bed. And then Mom and Pap had the small bedroom in the back, and
2 bedrooms it was.
yeah, it was a small bedroom in the back. And when did Betty sleep? Come to think, I don't remember. But she when Frank left, she got his bed, the single bed, and he got married. Yeah, that was, no, she must have been sleeping there, but she was a winner, I'll tell you. she started to make a crochet bedspread. She started crocheting a bedspread, you know. And she crocheted one little piece, you know, the bedspread. But that in the daytime was right in the middle of the bed.
Really?
Yeah, and then she'd crochet,
weird.
and you'd see this thing growing growing and growing. She was very persistent. She did it.
Oh.
Wow, that is such a nice story.
That's a great story. I haven't heard that
Crochet that thing. I used to watch that grow every day to see how much it's growing.
I think we still have that. She has that.
Yeah, she crocheted the bedspread.
She does have a crochet bedspread.
Yeah, it was.
Wow, that's pretty neat.
That's
Okay.
very neat.
Yeah.
So she was young when she did that.
Oh yeah, it was. You know, there was only 5 rooms in the whole apartment. That's it. I always say we had central heat. That's if you were in the middle of the kitchen, you got central heat. Everywhere else was cold. And I mean, in the wintertime, in the living room, there was no storm windows or anything. There was ice on the inside of the windows. Oh yeah, it was cold. It was cold. And Mom got a kerosene heater that she put in the living room for us, you know, because it was you know, very cold. And the thing had such a small can on it, you know, for the kerosene. It never lasted the whole night. You get up in the morning, it was cold, and you got dressed in a hurry, I tell you.
I bet.
Yeah.
Stanley, you know what? And when you share that, you know, my parents always had these big old farmhouses. You know, I mean, they were houses in a town, but like a farmhouse type stuff. And I'm telling you, they were old homes. And I remember thinking as a young child that when I was an adult, I would never want to feel cold. You know, my mother would say, stand on the register. You know, the heat came to stand on the register, stand there, it's dark cold, you know. But we used to snuggle, and I mean, yeah, you kind of got used to it, but I love to this day the fact that there's an automatic thermostat. And when you get up, it's already warm. You know, like in retirement, we had to figure out what that would be because you have no schedule.
That's right.
So, like, what would it be? And then we realized, well, we could, you know, drink our coffee in the cold or whatever. But I still don't take that for granted. So, you know, when you're sharing this, I can kind of feel what
and
you're
you know
saying.
what? I had a flashback too, actually.
Yeah, I
we used to, in Londoners, we used to wake up really cold, and I'm remembering was that the register, like a metal thing?
I love this generation. That's this young kid. She's so cute. Yes, Liz, that was it. And I stood on that register a few times. It was cold.
Yes,
because
it
so was our house wasn't Londoners too, because people didn't kick up their heat like that.
Right, not the way they do now.
No,
yeah,
no, it's
you turned it off at night.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
and would turn it on when you woke up, but then it wouldn't be warm.
Of course, Ted's now going to say that the irony is that I turn ours down in the wintertime. I still open all the windows upstairs. I love all the fresh air. I like it to be very cold. And I like it to be about 55 on the thermostat.
Did you hear
yes.
that?
I like it about 55 on the thermostat, and then have a nice down comforter, and I am so good breathing in that fresh air. It's
I like that too.
I love it.
But it doesn't fly around here.
Oh, okay. Well, Ted's a good sport about it, because I did get some nice warm, snuggy bed things, so he doesn't freeze. But sometimes when he says, it's really cold, I can't believe it, I say, honey, I'm going to buy you some nice flannel pajamas then, you know, like the old guys wear. You don't have to sleep nude anymore.
I started going to bed with a ski cap on.
Did you see that, honey? That's on the tape too.
No, I just said I started to go to sleep with a ski cap on.
Yeah, he did do that a few times. He did wear a ski cap to keep the heat in. That was good, yes.
Yes.
And you laugh, but during the Civil War, they had special hats they used for sleeping. You could put cap on to keep your head warm. No, the guys, a lot of guys, taught reproduction parts of them. I never did. But when you sleep in a tent on the ground, it gets cold. So what I did, I bought
they're very light.
couple of chaise lounge pads,
like this,
and I bought not muslin, what do they call burlap. I had burlap, and I made burlap bags and stuck them into
but they're
it.
light,
And I used to put them. I had a canvas
This
that went on the ground,
like
and the
like
pads
4 or
with the
5
burlap
layers.
on.
Oh.
My lieutenant used to share my tent all the time. My buddy from North Carolina.
Okay, now I kind of understand that, but because when I was going through hot flashes,
it was cold.
But
It was
I
cold
did
as
get
heck.
into start getting
It would
into
be
those nice
cold, and you know.
down the
Man, I'll
colors
tell
where
you.
they're really in the
You get up in the
Did you
morning,
put a duvet on them?
first
Just
thing,
a
a lot of
desk
times
under
went
it?
to sleep with all your clothes on,
Sorry,
Yeah.
because it was cold.
Then I perk them up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just the
Yeah.
cover.
He's my teacher. Post-traumatic, I always get those initials in the wrong order. PTSD, stress disorder. Didn't he from the war?
Yeah,
That's
and
become
they
such
didn't
a.
recognize it
They
then.
didn't. Like, do you remember him?
They
Just,
didn't recognize it. They because when they went to the VA, when he had his first collapse when I was in the Navy,
really?
and I
Oh.
knew something was wrong. It's because I didn't. He wrote to me regularly.
Uh-huh.
Louis
He's
was
a
my
sweet,
teacher.
gentle
Oh,
man.
Louis was, yes. He
Very
was my
soft,
teacher.
and
How
that's
old
why.
how much older was he?
Well, he was older than Eddie. I guess 2 years older than Eddie.
Oh, okay, so he would be like 91.
And well, he was the one. He always nudged me toward things. I guess you would call it nudge me. You know, with like when he had his car and he was changing the clutch. He had to change the clutch, and I helped him. You know, I lay under the car with him doing the clutch and then doing the brake jobs and stuff like that on his old Chevy. Which I ended up getting for a while when I was in the Navy. He gave that to me, and I used to ride back and forth from Norfolk with that. When he bought his new car, but he had his breakdown. I guess it was 5 years, or at least 5 years after he come out of the service, and the VA says, no, you can't be stress-ridden because it's too long. It should have happened before, you know. And,
So he had an evaluation.
Yeah.
And what was his breakdown exactly? How did that present itself?
I don't know. In fact, he couldn't be with Mary because Frank and I used to bring him home from the hospital. When he was hospitalized, he might be hospitalized for 6 months at a time.
Because
the doctor
of
says,
his emotion?
do not take him home. He's not to be with his wife. So I don't know what the story was. I have no idea what it was. So Frank would pick him up one weekend and bring him home, and and I would bring him home the next weekend. We kept bringing him home.
And where was this? And what
was
age
up in,
would? No, I know Lindenhurst, but I'm trying to figure out
I was
what
still
age
married
I
at that
was.
We were in
And
Lindenhurst when
I
that
was
happened.
still
I think
married at
they
that
signed
time.
on the
You knew
Pilgrim
about
State.
that? See,
And the
Yeah.
sad thing for me
Never knew that.
was hearing that
I
they
knew he
did
wasn't right.
shock treatment. to
Oh
him.
yeah,
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
No,
they
that
did
really
shock.
bothered me.
yeah. They did
Well,
shock
they
on
hid
him.
all that from me, but I knew he was off.
And did he
And I
ever
always felt
get?
for
Did he
him.
ever get
He was
well?
this
He got stabilized. He didn't
gentle,
get
and
well. He
that's
got stabilized with
why he-
medication. It took
I
many
think-
years before
I
they
can't
got him
imagine.
stabilized. But I spoke to one of the psychiatrists at the VA, and I says, what happened? I says, so my brothers, I says, I can't understand what happened. He says, listen, he says, everybody has a breaking point. He says, you don't know what he went through in the service. He was on Guadalcanal, he was on Okinawa. He says, you have no idea the stresses. He says, some people can get through it. He says, others it shows up later. He says, apparently this showed up later with him. He agreed that it was stress syndrome, but the others didn't. But they did get him stabilized, and he was stabilized on medication, but he couldn't do anything, couldn't work. He couldn't hold it. Couldn't concentrate to hold a job.
Did he ever go back and live with his wife?
Oh yeah. After a while he did, yeah. But I don't know what the story
all
was.
about.
Yeah.
I
I
have
wonder if
no
Uncle
idea.
Eddie would know. No, it was sort of a secret, wasn't it?
I don't know what it was. Nobody knew. But the doctor says he's not to be with his wife, and I don't know why that was. I have no idea. And so I used to bring him home. Gene was very resentful of the fact that I would bring him home. I brought him home. You clean him up. You let him read the papers. He felt like home. He sat down, read the paper. He ate. Because they don't feed him well there, so we stuffed him up while he was home. And my wife was very resentful of it. She resented it. She said frankly, says, you grokky, she says, you stick together like shit. You fighting, says, and you stick together like shit, and somebody's got a problem. I says, that's family, honey. That's what families do. We can't fight, but we love each other. That was, oh yeah, she was very, very much against it. She didn't like it.
I remember his pipe. He smoked a pipe, didn't he?
Oh yeah, but then he went to cigars.
I remember the cigars more than the pipe.
I never let him smoke in a house because I quit smoking, and I couldn't stand the smoke in a house.
And so I used to, he had to go out, you know. And anyway, it was funny. But I told you about the time that the psychic told me I had two spirits behind me.
Yes.
And she says he's smoking a cigar and he's smiling.
That's true.
That was cool. Yes,
it's
Uncle
okay,
Stanley
you know.
said, the psychic said, I have there's two spirits watching over you, just so you know. And one was Louis.
One was my father, one was Grandpa, and one was Uncle Louis.
With the descriptions, that was so cool.
She says they want to be around you. Says they want to be, and Louis always directed me. Like I said, you know, he come on. He was very smart. He bought me an erector set, and the idea was for me to look at this and construct things. And looking at the diagrams was good. Helped me learn to read blueprints. You know, when I got into the Republic, you know, I was, you know, you could follow things, and you got dexterity. You know, looking at things, putting things together. Then when he come home after he had made it, and to do this in the war, he's a mechanic in an air group, and he come ashore the Navy, and he got the stuff together, and he made his own little portable photo lab, taking pictures, you know, developing, printing them. During the war. I mean, he was his own little war correspondent. And after he died, Aunt Mary threw the paper, all that stuff away. I had a few of the pictures that he took. I said, oh my gosh, she didn't have enough up here to understand that they were valuable in the sense that they were a relic, you know, a memento. Yeah. And yeah.
I was just getting another hit. This is really interesting, all these, because nobody ever told me, you know, that he had all that going on. This is the first I really knew that. But I think my mom and I may have recently, because I remembered I was fascinated by that. South Oaks, what was the name of that place? I used to go there to try to get, you're not taking a picture of me.
Oh, you look good, Liz.
To get a summer job, but of course they would never take me. That Oaks place, those white buildings.
Oh, yeah,
What was the name of it? That's
South Oaks.
South Oaks.
South Oaks, yeah.
Where he had his shock therapy, which I never knew, but that explains a lot. I have a real, and I'm sure it's because of him, a real special place in my heart for the veterans who have this experience, and there are so many of them. There's some great programs. Wounded Warriors, have you heard of that?
Yeah,
I
Wounded
couldn't
Warriors.
do it, but once they were taking them on a 5-day kayaking trip, and they wanted one person for each veteran to take them out in the islands and just go through whatever they needed to go through. But it's a shame that it wasn't more recognized during.
You know who pushes that a lot is Bill O'Reilly on Fox News. He pushes that, the warriors, the Wounded Warriors and whatnot. He pushes the veterans very much. You know.
We have a really dear friend, very dear friend. He's a wonderful, gentle soul that came through the Vietnam War. And he had this similar to your brother. He came back. He had a great job, you know, selling. He was in. It was insurance. He
was a financial advisor.
Financial advisor.
Yeah.
And he thought, you know, he was living a high life, and he was making lots and lots of money. And he, you know, he got married, and he realized. Well, then his wife left him. I believe. I can't believe she did. Didn't she leave him because of? But what he realized is he had taken the stress, and what he was really doing was just drinking his way through life. You know, he could afford to go out on the golf course, but they'd have all these high-end cocktails and wines and living this do. And then he met his current wife, Mary, and she said, "I can't live like this. You're killing yourself or something. You don't. This isn't a lifestyle that's good for you." And she actually got him. He got it. I mean, he said, "I have to get help." He started getting help, and he helps counsel other veterans and everything. And he goes to and he's just living I mean, he never has anything to drink. Obviously, he recognized that this was not good for him, and he and Mary are very in love, and it's just been an amazing turnaround, and he really appreciates it. But he has talked a bit, like at that last gathering. He did mention. He said, you know, people don't get that. I mean, he was a leader of a platoon and everything. I mean, he had in the service. And he said, you know, you go out there and you're wandering around in these forests and never knowing, you know, if there's mines there or whatever. And he said, it's an everyday thing. Where do you go to the bathroom? He said, you know,
it's a stressful.
It's just like constant stress.
And not only that,
24/7. People don't realize that.
Somebody did, and that's what he was talking about.
Your
That friends killed,
being killed.
and
if you
that's
have
what he said.
any
Now he still is right.
gentleness to your being, unless you're like a really tough, hard person, how could that not
Yeah,
get
exactly.
to you?
And he still gets flashbacks
Don't like
on
wars.
things. Oh no, I know. And he still gets flashbacks. But Mary's very good with him. He directs his energy. Well, the one thing he does in positive ways, and he also goes. He realizes like we met him at the dance studio. Is where we met them. And they are gorgeous dancers, but he dances for hours. Like they go, and so that's good positive energy, and he just, you know. But no, there's certain things that'll trigger.
Is he at the wedding?
Yes.
Okay.
The really good, he's tall, and Mary was dark hair, kind of dark long hair, and they danced and danced and danced.
I do remember.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
funny.
They're lovely people, but you know, it is interesting because he said he thought everything was, hey, I could handle this so well. And it was about 5 years into it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I worked
so maybe
with
they don't know that.
I worked with an ex-Marine that came to work at Republic, this guy, and we were talking one time, you know, and I was telling him about Uncle Louis on Guadalcanal. I says, he never spoke about it. But I know the Japs were attacking the airfield, you know. They would come in the morning and you got out of your tent, you could get shot, you know. So you had to be very, there was stress there.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, then he told me about that he was in Nam, and that they would go out on patrol, you know, and one guy is always the point. He goes out in front of the people. He's out, you know, a little distance away. He leads the trail. He's the bait. And he says, at one time, he says, I was the bait. He says, and I was going up the trail. He says, and I was going up the trail, and the platoon was coming up, you know, the patrol was coming up behind me. He says they were probably maybe 25 or 50 yards behind me, you know, and he says, all of a sudden, this gook jumps out of the bush, and he has this machete, and he whacks me. It hit my helmet. He says, but it knocked me out. He really come down hard. He says, I fell into the bush. He says, and the patrols, they spotted it, and they come running up, you know, and they had a firefight there, and they dragged him back. He says, but, you know, he says, I thought I was dead. He says, I really thought I was dead. He says, and it never left me. He says, that haunts me when I think about that sometimes. He says, the only thing that saved me was the helmet.
Crazy wars. Oh,
it is. And there's, I mean, you heard about the suicide rates are outrageous with people that are in the war.
I get that.
It's just,
you would. I get that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm really glad that at least the table is turning and these people are getting some help, because it really was, I didn't really.
And,
why do you think she gave her a hard time in particular?
I don't know, but she wanted me to be a girl. I don't know why, to have someone else to pick on.
My mom or
Grandma
wanted you to be a girl.
Oh yeah, she bought all baby. She you know, 4 years difference between me and Johnny. You know, Pop says, no, we got enough children. We don't need any more. You know, and but she finally guess talked him into it, and she bought all the baby clothes in pink.
Really?
Everything was pink. I was all dressed in pink. And
you were dressed, I guess if that's what you buy, that's what you wear at that
she
time.
was sure I was going to be a girl. And,
that's funny.
And she, Vyinka told her, she says, you don't have nothing but boys inside of you, you know. So when I was born, she sent a postcard. We had no phone. Nobody had a phone in the neighborhood. And she sent a postcard to Vyinka, and she says, I had a baby girl. You know, so Vyinka comes running down with, you know, William brings it down. He had a car. William had a car. They drive down, and she comes blasting into the house. And says, well, I want to see this little miracle, you know. She undressed me. She says, I knew it.
So was she joking when
No,
she
no.
wrote that, or was when
No,
Grandma?
yeah, she was teasing, you
She
know.
was okay, good. It was like,
baby girl, you know.
oh, that's funny. Also, she did have a good sense of humor. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
because that's pretty funny to do that. That's great.
Then she told, when Dr. Savitsky told her, he says, oh, you have a fine baby boy, you know, when I was born. She says, I don't want him, you know, not another one. So he says, good, I'll take him, he says, and I'll make a doctor out of him. I says, Ma, you lost my opportunity. She was telling me about it, you know. But then she says, oh, I'll keep him.
Keep him after all. He's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know who it was, but I don't know who told me that one of the brothers, you know, they were, because we had the birth at home, there was no hospital. And one of the brothers, it might have been Eddie, ran out and somebody was across, some of them were across the street with the Finnemores were close friends of ours, you know, the Finnemores. Hey, we got another baby brother.
Another baby brother.
Yeah, it was fun. It was something.
It was.
And at that time, you were living in the Bronx or Brooklyn?
No, it was Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Johnny and I were born in Brooklyn. The rest of them were born in the Bronx.
Do you remember the number? What was it? 129 15th?
189.
189 15th?
189 15th Street. Yeah.
And wasn't that a brownstone? And didn't they have
No, it
like
was
a
red
rental?
red brick house.
Red brick.
Yeah,
But did they have a rental unit too? Do you
we
remember?
had 2 apartments, one up and one down. So
Pretty neat thing actually to
Yeah.
have that extra income coming in. That was a smart.
yeah, but then
Purchase.
a couple of months after I was born, the Depression hit, and Mom and Pop had a couple of $100 saved in the bank, which was quite amazing for them. You know, they were very frugal, coming from Europe. They were very frugal, and they had saved a couple of $100, and the bank was up on the corner of 15th Street and 5th Avenue, right on the corner. And the bank went belly up, so they had nothing.
Wow.
Had absolutely nothing.
Was that where Jermaine's was? 15th and 5th?
Jermaine's hadn't come down. When I was born, I forget what year it was. When I was born, there were still a couple of houses north of us. But to the right of us, that wood frame houses. And Jermaine's bought that property, and then they built all the way down to us.
Okay, so I thought Jermaine's was there all that time.
No,
but
it was, but they didn't come down. The Jermaine's, this little Jewish guy, and Mom loved him. She used to go out, and she would buy, he started out, this is the way the frugal people were, you know, the Europeans, how they get started. He was walking the avenue, we had a little tray with pins and needles and thread and stuff like that. Mom used to buy stuff from him, you know, and she always liked him, Mr. Jermaine's, you know. Wow. And he ended up buying a junkie store, you know, a little junk, he had everything. Then he had, you know, all kinds of doodads, everything in the store, you know, like a little junk store, you know, so like a 5 and dime. And he built it up, bought the corner, built the big department store. Wow. Right, yeah, then he turned it over to his son, working a department store. And yeah.
Was that a chain? Or that was just the one store?
Just the one store,
know
yeah.
that name.
Oh, yeah.
That was important to our family because he gave jobs to most of you kids, right?
Okay.
Well, not really. Not really. I don't know. Nobody actually worked for him.
Dad worked. Dad did some stuff for him.
That was just washed. That was after it, you know. But nobody actually worked in the store for him, you know. But they, you know, they liked the family. When I was a kid, they sent me to summer camp because they knew the family. Yeah, they sent me to summer camp. I think twice they sent me to summer camps. You know, for a couple of weeks.
What nationality?
Did your dad ever do that?
German.
No, I don't think so. He doesn't mention.
I think he was German Jew.
German Jew.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very kind.
Oh yeah, they were great. Well, boy, they were all excited when Johnny came. When he came home from the war, they were all excited about him having, you know, become an officer, somebody they knew, you know, that became a bombardier. And they were very good. I remember. I went to school in Manhattan. I used to go to school in Manhattan at 59th Street and 10th Avenue, Harron High School. And I used to take the subway up there. And one morning I got out of the subway and I'm walking up. Here comes old Mr. Jermaine's walking down. Mr. Jermaine, he says, how are you? I says, how are you? How are you doing? He says, I'm retired here. He says, I'm doing very well, you know. They were so nice. They really were so nice. Such a nice...
Were you the only child they sent to the camp?
Pardon?
Were you the only
I
child?
was the
that went
only
to the-
one, yeah. I
Might
was
have
the
been
youngest one.
timing with him being the youngest.
That's
that
right.
He built his
Yeah.
wealth and could afford to do it.
They were a very good, very kind-hearted family.
Why
the
did
Germains.
Why'd you go to school in Manhattan, living in Brooklyn?
I don't know why. I just chose the aviation trade school.
Oh, okay, you went to
Yeah.
a trade school.
Yeah, it was a trade school. It was
There's the
aviation.
trade school that we were
Yeah.
talking about for Even.
And I learned a lot there. I was learning drafting. I took drafting, and I learned blueprint reading there. And but the school got boring because all I did, these teachers, they didn't teach. He puts up a big chart on the wall, and it's a chart of all the different types of fasteners, you know, rivets and this, that, and that he used in aircraft. And he wanted you to draw the samples and label them. I said, that's stupid. You can't remember all this junk, you know. You can't. And then they wanted you to build out of wood, a section of wing, you know, a little section of wing, about this wide. You know, I just, you know, cut it out. You had little frames to put glue the thing. I said, but they don't do that anymore. The wooden plank, you know, to me it was a waste of time. It became a bad truant. I was a real bad truant, let me tell you. They had their hands full with me.
Classic example, though, isn't it, of a child being bored?
The only one that salvaged me was the dean. It was an all-boys school. There were no girls. There was a girls' high school a couple of blocks away, which we utilized. We used to
we used
to meet the girls in Central Park. Well, we used to meet the girls in Central Park. We'd cut classes. Well, it was handy, you know. And we had a lot of fun, but you know, but I got in trouble with and the dean called me down. He was a former boxer, Dr. Mantell. He was great. He was great. And, he laced it, and he told me, he says, "You're not going to waste your life around here." He says, he put the blocks to me, you know. But he was good too. I had a couple of study periods in the after lunch. I had like 2 study periods back to back, and he would call me down to his office. He says, "You got to go downtown." He was a lawyer. And he had an office down by City Hall. And he says, "You got to get down to my office. Take this down to my office. Or take this to City Hall, you know, give this to so-and-so in City Hall." He was involved in Democratic politics down there. And I was going down there, and I'd come back, and the next day he'd tell me, he says, "You put the make on my secretary again, huh?" She told me. I says, "Yeah, but I didn't win anything." He says, "And you won't." She says, she got a kick out of it.
The little kid, right?
Yeah, but he did that. Then and he ended up getting divorced, and he says, "You got to help me."
Married
He
the
says,
secretary?
He says, "You got to help me." He says, "I have to move out of my place." I says, "You help me carry the stuff to my." He says, "I'm going to. I'm moving into the Hotel St. George downtown Brooklyn." And I said, "Yeah, I met him, and I helped him load the car up and carry, we went down there and helped him carry his clothing into his apartment there at St. George. So he was a good guy, but he kept me from going over the edge.
It's amazing how there's always someone.
And looking for different menus to go through. Unbelievable. I'm just sitting there amazed. God bless you.
Thank you.
I assume it's
7s. Come on there, honey.
Okay. I don't have one red card.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. What
You might have a 6.
No 6. Let's make it clubs. It's over. Like this one here that's worth a corn.
Yeah.
They come over once a week. They bring her over there to eat with them. They take her out to lunch. And and she gets on the bus and gets around. So it's it's amazing.
It really is amazing. It is amazing that, well, look at all of you are doing fine.
Yeah.
Your breathing isn't great, but you can get around.
I'm still breathing.
Well, that works for us.
Yay! Yeah, and plus you get around. That's what I said to Betty today. You're busy all day long when you're home. You're so busy out and about and independent. You're independent.
They don't realize that you're very active at home because you've
Yeah, I
got the
told her,
hover
I said-
around, you've got the buses, you've got everything so close by.
Yeah.
So you can do everything. You don't have to jump on a bus necessarily to go half an hour to get to someplace.
That hover around, that wheelchair makes it easy for me. Makes it a lot easier for me. To
Well, I
really
told
get
her, and
around.
our town is such that, I mean, if you wanted to, you could stop in and, you know, you can go to the library,
Right.
you can get a cup of coffee if you want to. I mean, you
Right.
can do your
You
shopping.
can do anything, I can do better.
I always do shopping. I'm surprised
I know.
they don't stop me at the door. Bringing every time I go out, I come back with 2 bags in front of me there.
Well, I can say that if there's some natural disaster, I know where to go for food. Your apartment.
No, not me. You should go here. You should see what Betty's got.
Really?
You should see what Betty's got. On the door
See?
of her,
That's where you get
on
it
the door
from.
of her refrigerator, there's got all kinds of sodas, everything in her cupboard. You open up that door. Boy, the last time I was here, I didn't see it this time yet, but last time I was here, she opened up that door. It almost floored me, and there was always 3 bananas on the table. So one was gone. And the next thing I know, she brings out another banana and puts it there. She got them all backed up. There gotta be the 3 bananas there. Yeah, 3 apples in the middle and 3 bananas around the edges.
Okay, so what's the difference between Betty's table and your table?
Oh,
He has cakes and cookies instead of bananas and apples.
Yeah, and he has his mail and whatever else.
well, yeah. Well, the difference is she's a hostess. I mean, she's a perfect hostess. She can do it for somebody. Me, I don't want to be bothered with anyone. Leave me alone, you know.
Okay, everybody.
I'll do it for myself. But
Imaginative thing is true. Brianna's on the phone. News is coming at noon.
What?
Yes. Oh boy, interesting. I'm glad I'm getting dressed. Hopefully they won't do a bias story.
No.
You betcha, but who knows?
Uh-oh.
Could be very negative.
what's going on?
The news team is coming.
For the cutting of
The
the
news?
trees.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Somebody called them.
Betty will get her. They all know her, you know what I mean? She's gonna get front page, just like the story. Just like the story they did on me in the front page, you know?
Oh my God.
It's gonna be for her.
These are mine?
Yep.
We're
We're
playing
playing
rummy.
rummy.
Rummy, okay.
Is that
It's
right?
not like this.
Well, Stash, you're on.
Okay, well,
You and Dad are on.
I was telling you about my shipmate John that lives over in Squim, not far from here, and pardon me. We were both on leave at the same time when we were on board the ship in Norfolk, and he lived in Stamford, Connecticut. So he called me up and he says, "Why don't you come up here for a day or so, and then we'll drive back together and to leave together." I said, "Fine." So I got up to Stamford and I got off the train, and it suddenly dawned on me that my godfather was from Stamford, and I knew the address by heart. I'd never remembered seeing him. So I just figured, well, I'll look for the street. And then I looked up, and the street was right there near the railroad station. So I went up to the house, I saw the house number, I went up to the house, knocked on the door, and this little boy answers the door, and he looks up at this sailor. You know, he was so kind of tiny, you know. And I asked if his daddy was home, you know, and his wife came to the door, and I says, "Well, I'm looking for Anthony Olbridge. I says, "Is this his home?" And she said, "Yes." And she says, "You know," I told her, "Well, I'm his godson." So she got him in a minute. He came down, you know, and he was shocked. "Oh boy, you know, is he his godson or whatnot?" And then I found out that his father lived next door with his brother. And they called them, and they come running over. And the thing that was, let me get it straight. That and his father was Pop's godson. So it passed on, and his son became my godfather. And so it was they hadn't seen each other in years. So it was there, and they're saying, "Oh, look at that! He talks just like Louis. He sounds just like his father."
And I think soundbite is.
Then they started telling me about Pop and how everybody loved him. The kids loved him. Whenever he came, he always had a quarter for the kids, or something like that. And so he was very personable. And I had a very nice visit. I had to cut it short because I had to meet my shipmate. And we were probably gonna leave that night to go back to Norfolk. So, but it was good. They said they told me I can't remember everything they told me about my father, but it was quite enlightening. Pop was liked by everybody. They all liked him. He was very popular with them, all of them. And I was it's like I was pleased with
No, it's your son's red wine. Okay, come on now, he's being videotaped.
It made me happy to hear them say that my father was so well thought of by all of them. It was good. And as a result of that, I finally put them in touch with them, with the family. And they made arrangements to go down to Long Island to visit with Pop and whatnot. And unfortunately, I was overseas at the time. We had pulled out, and we were on a cruise to the Mediterranean. But I understand they had a great family gathering, and they were dancing in the yard. They were doing the old Polish dances, and my big brother Edju was up there up on the roof, the kitchen roof, taking movies of them. I remember they told me that. It was a nice get together. After many years, they got together once again. So that was a good part of it, And Pop was very quiet, and you wouldn't know it, but people thought very highly of him. They all thought very, very highly of him, and they was so happy to get together again. But it was a nice experience, just something that
Anybody
happened.
want that slice of bread there?
You want a piece of bread?
No, I don't want it.
Do you want a piece of bread?
Sure, I'll finish
Let's
it off.
have it here.
So, do you remember
wanna
those
give me
things that
the-
Stasha was talking about?
Take the sauce. Take the sauce, Ted.
Does you
Skim
Honey,
the
the
sauce.
sauce here. You
Do you
don't
remember
he
the
wants
things-
butter.
You got a piece of tomato.
Do you remember the things Stash was telling you?
No, I don't. I tell you, I got no retention. I got no retention.
Yeah, well,
I don't remember.
I thought you were going to say I got no spaghetti with no meatballs, but
that's the same thing.
Oh my God.
I remember hearing that as a kid all the time. You got no spaghetti with no meatballs.
Yeah.
So what do you remember about Grandma when you were older? Tell us some stories about when you were with Grandma. We got the candle out
Oh,
of
she was a character. She was something.
Becky.
I nicknamed her Becky, and she says to me once, you know what, Sue? She says, when you don't call me Becky, that's when I know you're mad at me.
How about the time you got to tell them about the what do you call it? The gypsy story.
Oh,
have you had the chair? This chair.
we had to. I used to take her to the Polish club, a Polish American club, for dinner on a Sunday, and she never wanted to go. And finally, I got her there, and she never wanted to go home. So we go in, and I sit her down at the table. I go to the bar, and I pick up my doodles on the rocks, and I put it down on the table, and she picks it up, and she tastes it, and she goes, ugh. I said, see, and you think I'm having fun every night I go out?
Yeah. Oh,
So
she like.
a waitress come over, and she says, oh, Eddie, you're such a nice son. You bring your mother here all the time. I says, wait a minute. I says, she's not my son. I'm not her son. She stole me from the gypsies.
Yeah, he made up a story.
Yeah, I says, yeah, the gypsies stole me from the crib. And Mom says, Miss, don't listen to him, he's crazy. We didn't have a crib, they stole him from the bed.
Well, Grandma was a
character.
Yeah.
She was a real character.
But then he had a leather chair at home, and he told Mom that she shouldn't sit. He says, "You sit in that, you're going to get pimples on your backside." You know? So she was always afraid to sit in that chair.
That's the chair of the Gypsy Prince.
Yeah.
I says, when they recognize me, that's the chair they're going to carry me in.
Oh.
She had those beautiful trees, those two fruit trees down there. One in the, what was it, the orange was in the front and the grapefruit in the back, or vice versa?
Grapefruit was in the back, yeah. Yeah, it was
I came down in the 70s.
right-hand side behind
In the back and right.
Yeah. I came back in the early...
That was an old tree. That was an old tree. Big old tree.
Well, I came down in the early 70s, and it was the same year that Diana got sunburned by staying out in the sun too long. And it was a couple of weeks after she was there. And then Grandma said something about, oh, these trees, they never grow any fruit. It's always lousy. So I went out and I trimmed them. Boy, she came out yelling and screaming, well, Dodgy, what did you do? Well, you cut the tree, you killed the tree. Next year she called me up and said, these are the best oranges and grapefruit we've ever had. And it sounds like you did a similar thing later on.
Yeah, they had a tree up in the front on the right-hand side. It had looked like oranges. They were small, but they were so sour. You know, I tasted it. I says, man, that's terrible. But it dawned on me. I says, hey, this is great. I took a whole batch of them home because I could squeeze them and make whiskey sours out of them.
She had an avocado tree down in front also.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Yeah, there was an avocado tree. But it never gave any fruit. Maybe she get 1 or 2 a year.
But see, I went down before you started living with her.
Yeah.
Because I went down, you know, in the early 70s.
Right. That's right.
Where Grandpa was sitting in the front room and she was in the back room, and I remember those roaches, or what looked like roaches. They were the
palmetto bugs.
Palmettos, yeah.
From Long Island, they looked like roaches, giant roaches.
They're big, they're huge. Yeah.
I didn't want to sleep there, but
Same thing.
We didn't have any money, so we slept there.
German had one jump on it.
The other thing I remember being down there in the early 70s was Grandma wanted to make some gawumki. And she sat there. There was more grease on the top of that water, but the gawumki was so delicious. Oh my goodness, they were good. I don't know if you were there at the time, but...
Well, the gawumki, you know, what Grandma always did, she didn't use all beef. She used beef and pork. That's why you got that oily, that greasy film, you know, on there. I used to do the same thing when I made them. There was a mixture of beef and pork.
Did you put rice in it?
Huh?
Did you put rice in it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the rice, beef, pork, and what else?
Very finely chopped onions, you know, a little pinch of garlic to give it a little extra boost, you know, and whatnot. I went down there one year when Mom was not feeling good, and Pop was, you know, Pop was doing what he can for her. She wasn't feeling good at all. And I went down there with the kids, and I spent most of my vacation cooking. I was making stuffed peppers and gawumki, and I bought freezer bags, and I was freezing them. And I told her, Mom, all you need is a couple of potatoes, you know, whatever. You got your, just take it out, thaw it out, warm it up, and they were all cooked, you know, and put away for her. Because I filled the freezer with that at that time.
That was good. That was very
good.
It was gawumki what instigated the argument between me and Johnny and Doris.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
They would come down. Every so often. You know, they weren't that far away, and they'd drive down. And for Mother's Day, they brought her a package of sponges.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Johnny would go to the refrigerator, drink all of Pop's beer.
Yeah.
And then we had the gawumki, and then there'd be some left over. And Doris says, "Can I take them home?" And Grandma, I go, "Oh, sure."
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So after a while, next time they come down, I jumped on them and says, you got some goddamn nerve. I says, you come down here and drink all of Pop's beer, and you take the phone home, and he's on retirement?
Yeah.
And, I really got pissed off at them.
Yeah,
So,
they were not overly generous in that respect. You know?
Yeah.
They should have been.
Oh no, they never came down after that.
Could have at least brought down a 6-pack with him if he wanted to drink a lot of beer instead of just come in and take what they want. And it's not that they were broke. He was working. He was working at that time. He was working for. I think he was working for a newspaper down or a printing shop.
In Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, and he also was doing income tax returns.
Yeah.
He bought out this guy's income tax business. He was doing income tax returns. Made a lot of money. And he could have been more generous to his parents.
Yeah, he wasn't generous at all.
He was not generous at all.
Yeah. Well, I really kept them away. That's for sure.
Well, you stepped on his toes, and he deserved it, really.
Well, the best one of all with Mom. This is great. I had this girlfriend. I forget where she was. She one of the foreign countries, a nice young girl. I thinking, well, I'm going to have a good time tonight, And I bring her home and introduce her to Mom and all, and they start talking. Talk about pierogi. The pierogi. She says, oh yeah, we make pierogi too. They sit there, they start making a pierogi. I don't go to the store to buy something for them. And they're making a little pierogi. And we put them in the water a couple at a time and take them out.
That's great.
She put the whole batch in the pot and put it on the stove. That's the way they did it.
Oh, I haven't made pierogi in a long time. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work. But Mom was good, She knew I loved pierogi, and I used to come home when I worked at Republic. I'd come home in the summertime, and she'd have a whole batch of pierogi made with plums. She made it with fresh plums. And they were good and juicy. They were something, really something. Yeah. She was a superior cook, and I put down in my autobiography that I've been writing about the family. I put down in there. I said, look at my mother. I look at these chefs on TV. They got all these fancy gadgets, this, that, and the other thing. And I says, my mother had a 4-burner gas stove and a wood stove. I said, none of these mixes. Everything was mixed by hand. Everything was chopped by hand. I said, she could outcook any of these guys any day of the week. Yeah. I said, she cooked for a huge family. I said, they're up there making a big show of something. They got all the toys to play with.
What's the difference between gołąbki and what's the other one? Golomka?
Same thing, a different dialect.
What is the one that's the pig's knuckle?
Huh?
What's the pig's knuckle? The elbow.
Zimne nogi.
It's like pierogi. It's not pierogi. Gołąbki. It sounds a little like gołąbki. Ruth and I were in Ireland. We went to this. We stepped upon a Polish restaurant, and I thought we were getting gołąbki, and it was pronounced golomka or something like that. And it was a whole, like a hog elbow or something.
We didn't have that. Mom used to make jellied pig's feet.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah, that's called zimne nogi.
No, not zimne nogi.
No. Zimne nogi.
I like that. The Pop loved that.
Yeah, that was good.
Mom would make the zimne nogi. She had like a little wash basin, and then it would set in the refrigerator after it was cooked and whatnot. And all the fat comes to the top.
And gel?
So you scrape the fat off, and you empty it out on a plate. And when I was a kid, Pop used to cut big slices for breakfast. For breakfast, we had the zimne nogi and with vinegar. Pop liked the vinegar on it. We had zimne nogi with vinegar. That was great. I loved it. It was good.
Different food.
All that stuff takes time to make, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I remember Dad getting up for work at like 2 or 3 in the morning and Leonard come home from drinking about 2 or 3 in the morning. And they'd be making eggs with kishka and all sorts of crazy things in there. What did you do with that?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
You woke me up, the aroma.
I know we had
let me say, instead of aroma, smell.
Yeah. I bought a dishwasher, a portable dishwasher. I remember that.
Yeah.
And we always used up all the dishes, and nobody ever put the dishes in the dishwasher. Nobody would put the dishes in the dishwasher. They would pile up. What the hell was I buying for?
Yeah, it was a riot. Yeah, we had, it was good. Mom, you know, they cooked a lot. Mom was a good cook. The grandfather loved horseradish. Sean, he loved horseradish.
Is this your father or my grandfather?
My father, your grandfather,
Yeah, okay.
my father. And he would not eat the store stuff that came in a jar. Mom had to buy the horseradish root, and she had to grate it. And the tears would be running down her eyes. And she grated it, put nothing in it, jar it, and seal it up. And it was, and you would open that jar, it was like smoke came out. Pop would eat it by the forkful.
She didn't put any vinegar in it or nothing?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think she put much of anything in there. But Pop ate it by the forkful.
Maybe she thought she was trying to kill him.
No, he loved it. He craved that. He really craved that. And I can remember him taking the hot chili peppers. He'd take them, chomp them down like it was nothing. Mom would make soup. She'd make chicken soup. You know, nice yellow globules floating. And Pop would take the pepper shaker. And the thing was black with pepper. You couldn't see the soup anymore. He loved hot, spicy food. He had a cast iron stomach.
Was that from his smoking?
No, I don't think it's from smoking.
No.
It's just the way he liked hot, spicy food.
Yeah.
And he would eat it mustard, you know, slab mustard on whatever he was having. And we had kielbasa, and he covered it with mustard, you know.
It was probably to make up for the fact that everything he had before that was bland.
Yeah.
And that's probably what it was. And then when he had the chance of getting hot stuff, he just overdid it.
Okay.
But he could relish it.
He tolerated it.
He relished it, right.
No, he really liked it. He
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Let's go on a different note here. Prospect Park. What do you guys remember about growing up in Prospect? Because I remember as a young kid chasing ducks in Prospect Park. But what do you guys remember?
I remember when I was very young, before they started with grass, with the lawnmowers, they had the sheep on the main meadow.
Oh, they did?
When we come in, the main meadow began on 9th Avenue, Prospect Park West was 9th Avenue, and and it ran to what was it, all the way up to Park Circle, and it was a big meadow. And I can remember as a kid, I remember the sheep about the last year or two that they had the sheep there to go around cropping the grass. They didn't have lawnmowers. They had a pen, they had a shepherd, they had a sheepdog, everything.
That's what I told you, remember?
Yeah.
So 9th Avenue is where Prospect Park was on the west. Which way did it go?
Park Slope, the Park Slope section. Our section of Brooklyn was called Park Slope.
Yeah.
See, it was four avenues up the hill.
You were on 15th. How
Fifth
far?
Avenue, 15th and 5th Avenue. 5th Avenue.
Right.
To how to go up to 9th Avenue. But it was a hill.
9th Avenue is where the park, where Prospect Park was?
It's called,
9th Avenue.
Prospect Park West.
Prospect Park.
Yeah.
Prospect Park West or Park Slope.
Yeah, but the whole area was Park Slope.
Yeah.
You know, and it was you know, famous during the Revolutionary War, because that's Washington's army had to get away from the British who had outflanked them, and they came right through the Park Slope area. They crossed the Gowanus Canal, which was the Gowanus Creek, to what was the I guess around Red Hook area, and they had boats that took them across to Manhattan Island to escape the British. You know, and but they came. Now you could cross the
Gowanus on the dead bodies.
You could walk across it because it's so full of oil. You know, but yeah, well, the whole area. You know, you look during the Civil War. The Monitor was built in Greenpoint.
Don't leave Prospect Park yet.
Oh, yeah.
What about the boats in Prospect Park?
Oh, well.
What, do you have anything to do with them?
Well, I used to rent them once in a while, and you used to steal them.
Steal them? Who rented, huh? Who rented? We were kids.
Why did you rent?
Oh, after I was a teenager, I rented
boats, rowboats.
Oh, the rowboats.
They had a lake. They had a lake.
Yeah.
They had a lake and the rowboats. We'd steal them.
At the north end of the big sheep meadow was a small lake, and it was the Swan Boat Lake. And they had a big swan in the boat. You could take a lot of passengers. For a nickel, they would paddle this thing, and you would paddle around the Swan Boat Lake, you know. And they would put maybe 20 or 30 people on there. And during the Depression, you know, to get $1.50 to go around was pretty good for them. You know?
Did Grandma ever make duck blood soup from any of the ducks? Of the ducks from Prospect Park?
Oh no, not the duck from Prospect. We went to the live poultry market.
Where was that?
Well, they said it was on 9th Avenue. I remember a poultry market around 17th Street below 3rd Avenue, and we went down there. I know, and maybe there was another one on 9th Avenue.
No, when I went with Mom, see, 5th Avenue, Saturday, 5th Avenue had all push carts. See, and
Were they lined up there? Or just
lined up.
The farmers came in from Long Island, from Jersey, from all over.
There was
even from Canarsie, because Canarsie was all farms. Everything going out towards Long Island.
Tell them about the poor kids of the couple of doors down from us, huh?
Oh.
They go up and
they were poorer than you?
Poorer than us.
Poorer than us. There was an Italian.
And a whole lot of them, too.
There was an Italian family 3 doors down from us, the Armellos. And I used to hang out there all the time. They had 13 kids. And the Gayo guy had no job. And they lived on trash. These kids would fan out in the morning because everybody threw their stuff out in the morning. Garbage pickup was almost every day, I think. And they would fan out, and they would search out rags, metal, everything they could, and it would all go to the junkie. And that's where they got a little bit of cash for that.
That's
and
sad.
they didn't have money for meat, but what they did, they had rabbit hutches in the back, and they raised rabbits. Right? That's where I first had rabbits. And I used to get down there when suppertime come. The Mrs. Armello would sit me down with the kids, and they were all these black-haired kids, and he'd come in, and he'd look, and he says, Mama, you've been fooling around on me. He says, where did that little blonde one come from, He says, you better feed him, he looks hungry. Well, we were all hungry.
Yeah. Remember they used to go up to 5th Avenue on a Saturday, and the dealers would, they tear off the lettuce and throw it in the garbage, They went and picked all that up. Yeah. They were helping us get on the block.
Oh yeah, they had they had a small a wooden house that was set back from the street.
Yeah, set back.
And the whole front, they had a garden. They grew a lot of fresh vegetables in the garden in the front yard.
All right, now you were born in 22 and you were born in 28, 29?
All right, so, remember
you're depression babies. Both of you are depression babies. You lived through the depression as a kid, as a teenager.
He had nothing to do with the depression. When I was born, they took one look at me in the market crate.
And everybody depressed.
You remember on the there was a Frank Hodorkowski?
Yeah.
He was a Polak. He lived in the big buildings there, further down on the other
side of the street.
All those, we went to Brooklyn. All them are gone.
Yeah.
All of them are gone.
He was telling me that.
I think, remember they had the fence, the wall fenced in?
Yeah, because he was close with Louis.
Yeah.
He was close with him.
He was close with Louis.
Guys, keep going. I got to get a power cord.
Yeah, he was close with.
Stop talking. He's out of power.
Okay, no, he's not out of power. He's going to get the power cord to plug it in.
No, you're plugged in. Keep talking.
Yeah. No, what do you call it? Who was with Finnemore's?
I had Angelo Finnemore was my buddy.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Everybody had a different buddy.
And Johnny had Frank Finnemore was his buddy.
Did he?
Yeah, and I was chums with the Armellos on the street. So we went to
and we never hung out together as brothers. We never hung out together.
Yeah, that's right. That's something as brothers.
We were brothers, but we never hung out together. We had our own buddies.
Yeah.
The only time we hung out, we played ball or something like that. Or we'd have a war with the guns.
He's going to stick it to us. He's putting the plug in.
Uh-oh. Now you can...
Well, no, you guys, now you can talk your 40 hours.
Well, this guy was the engineer. We had guns that shot cardboard squares. Rubber band guns.
Yeah, I remember the rubber band guns. We had them as kids
used
too.
Used to get the orange crates. They came with the
lip and the
mortise and tenon joint, and they used to cut them up and leave the point on, and you'd have a piece about this long and one short piece for the handle, and then the rubber band was nailed underneath and came up over, and it hooked on the end of the tenon, and then you put a square of cardboard between the rubber band, and then you flip that up and it would go out. We'd never know where it would go. It would go in which direction.
But somebody started using carpet. Carpeting. And that was dangerous.
Yeah.
So we had to cut you. Yeah, we cut that out. We had our.
Yeah.
That was, what do they call that? The first.
The first peace, not peace conference. The first. Whatever you call it, But it was fun.
Geneva Convention type thing.
So
you can only use certain type of weapons.
This guy comes up with the idea. He makes a bunch of the guns and he nails them all together in a string. I'd put 5 or 6 of them, and he would load them all up, like a machine gun. Kept flipping the things off. The whole trouble was it took him a half an hour to load it up again. I was the arms manufacturer. Mostly they let me cut the cardboard squares, and we used the cardboard from the shoe, not from the big boxes, like from shoe boxes and stuff like that. The thin layered cardboard. And Mom used to have a fit. I used to take her sewing scissors, and cut this up. Oh, she'd have a fit with it, I'd have to hide them. It was riot. And then during the Depression, they had a lot of guys did a lot of things, They would come down the street, and they'd be clanging something, and they would sharpen scissors, knives, everything. It cost a couple of pennies to get everything. You sharpen a knife or what, and they had a regular little van that's what they did, sharpening and stuff. The ice van, nobody had a refrigerator. Everybody had ice boxes.
Yeah, well, that's my other grandfather was an iceman. He used to deliver the ice.
Yeah, we had the cleanest floors because nobody emptied the pan underneath. It always overflowed.
Yeah,
you're supposed to empty it, when the ice melts.
We didn't get a refrigerator until we moved to Long Island, and then Pop bought a refrigerator. And I'll never forget it. An International Harvester, the truck manufacturer.
Yeah.
They went into refrigerators right after World War II, and we bought an International Harvest refrigerator. You couldn't kill that thing. Mom and Pop moved to Florida, and I inherited the refrigerator along with the house, right? So I had my own refrigerator, but it was a spare. So we used that. When I built the new house, I moved it over next door, and I had it in the basement. That was for the beer and the soda. And that thing went for years and years and years. I finally gave it away to somebody after I was divorced. I said I couldn't use it. I gave it away to someone, and they swore by it. They said, this thing is wonderful. Because the manufacturers in those days didn't know that they were supposed to break down in 2 years. So they built them so well.
Yeah.
The same thing with Mom's washing machine. You can't believe how much that thing worked. And when the tub rusted out, Louis took the motor off, the electric motor. It was a 3-phase motor. And he made a table saw out of this motor. He used that for years and years. Couldn't burn it out. So, but they learned that everything's expendable. So they started cheapening things.
And 15th Street, they had trolley cars running up and down the street.
So right in front of your house?
You finished with this?
In front of your house?
Right in front of the house, up and down.
But that I didn't know.
I don't know how we slept at night, but we slept.
Yeah, I'll tell you something.
We slept.
When they finally did away with the trolley car.
I can't hear you, wait.
Keep the waters, because then we don't have to, we can use those for dinner too. So why
Okay,
don't we keep...
but we've used these too.
Okay, now talk about the trolleys on 15th Street.
When they finally did away with the
Okay, I
trolley
would
cars.
reuse, but that's fine.
No, I'm almost done out there, but I have only 3 things. I don't know where they go, but we're good.
You ready?
This is more than a sound bite, but it is the whole
Leave their water
story.
glasses because they're drinking theirs.
When they finally took the giveaway with the trolley cars, I couldn't sleep at night because you were so used to sleeping with that noise. It was always there. And it didn't disturb you, but psychologically, you heard it in your sleep, and it didn't bother you. It was just part of the city. When it stopped, it was so quiet, you couldn't stand it.
Yeah, the bus companies bought them all out, and they put buses in.
Yeah.
Because these trolleys had wires. They had wires that went up to overhead, and they followed the wire overhead. And then when they're going to turn, they got to the end, they're going to turn it around. The driver had to get out, pull that thing down, and move it over to the other wire.
Well, it was a
good system.
Well, they had did they have them at both ends of the cars? They had the
Both
bar?
ends, yeah.
Yeah, they had both ends, so we'd have to
Yeah.
hook one and hook
Yeah.
the other one up.
And that would go in the other direction.
Yeah, it was gonna go the other way, and it was, and then the hitch and a ride on the trolley cars.
Right, you tell them about that. I've already told them about it.
Yeah. Putting pennies on the
Yeah, there was a
tracks.
little lip. There was a little lip on the back where you could stand, and you hold on to that reel that held the wire. You hold on to that.
Yeah, the guy would have to stop and chase you off.
I fell off one time. I wound up in the hospital one time.
Yeah.
And were you there? Were you with us at the time? We were playing cops and robbers at home, and they had already ripped up the linoleum off the floor, but the nails were sticking up. You know what I mean? The nails were there.
Yeah.
I was the bad guy. They were the bad guys, and I was the sheriff, and they tied me up in a chair.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In a chair.
I was too young to remember that. I heard about it though.
But, so here I am tied up in a chair, and I'm hopping along, and I fall down, and my chin lands on the nails, and you could see my teeth up through the chin.
Yeah. I was too young to remember that, but I was told about it.
Yeah.
So what did they do when you go?
Oh, Mom took me to the police station, and they got me up to the hospital.
Yeah.
And I put stitches in it, you know.
Yeah.
So the police station was really the key in the community?
Yes, like the police, you know, this is for the families. They go there if they got a problem.
Minor illnesses, you didn't go to the doctor. You went to the drugstore. The druggist would prescribe something.
Right, because no one had money.
No one had money.
All right, now you mentioned priests. Talk about church when you guys were growing up. What was there with church and the Grocki family?
Well, it was...
Did you guys go? Where did you go? And
23rd Street, 4th Avenue.
Yeah, the Polish church, yeah.
Our Lady of Czestochowa.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where I got married.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going with a girl that lived right across the street from the church. This Polish girl. And everybody assumed I was going to marry her. And I told you how I met Clara. I was at the Polish club on Prospect Avenue.
Prospect Hall.
And I'm up in the balcony. I'm looking down, and I told my buddy, "That's mine. You leave her alone." And took her out in the car, and I proposed to her right away. Because she refused. But like I say, I started going out with this other girl, and everyone in the area figured I'm going to marry her. I wound up marrying Clara. And her brother was a photographer, and he was supposed to take pictures of her wedding. Naturally, he never showed. We were that naive, you know what I mean?
Weddings, I remember going to a wedding in a bar. I don't remember whose wedding it was. And the wedding reception was upstairs. And downstairs they had the bar. And people would go up and down to get the beer.
Nobody in our family had a wedding in a bar. All the weddings were house weddings.
Yeah, Betty, you got to ask Betty about her wedding. Was it Betty's wedding, and Betty and Harry?
Well, I wasn't born then, but I remember after I was born going in Brooklyn to somebody's wedding.
Yeah, but
it was in a bar.
In our family.
Not in
Not in our family.
Maybe it was Mom's family then?
No. I don't know, but I know nobody in our family.
Yes, Betty. If anything, Betty would know. But it was at Betty's wedding that Teddy and Frank were down in the cellar beating each other up.
Oh yeah.
They just hated each other.
Frank's wedding, I was only about 5. I wasn't up for the wedding picture.
Yeah,
I got tired, and I went to sleep on everybody's coats. All the coats, it was a house wedding, you know.
Yeah.
But Betty's wedding, everybody come down. Mom loved it. She cooked all the food, everything.
And that was at the house?
They had tables set up. The room was cleared out. They had horses, what do they call them?
Yeah, the sawhorses.
Sawhorse, yeah. And they had tables set up all over the place, and everybody had a good time. And drinking. Pop made his whiskey in a bathtub. He's busy making whiskey. He made a whole batch of whiskey in a bathtub.
I don't remember that. But
oh yeah, that was
You were too young.
At Betty's wedding, I was older. In fact, they had a little band, you know, it was done in the house. They had a little band, and everybody's inside. I was outside, there was some teenage girl, and we were dancing. I was dancing with some teenage girl outside. None of the boys wanted to dance with her, you know, they were shy. And I was there, I was dancing with her out in the street right in front of the house. But, yeah, times were different, you know, it was so different. Today, everything is so glitzy. You look at the weddings that they have today, and everything is pre-programmed. Our weddings, you didn't know what was going to happen. You know, like Teddy and Frank kicking the hell out of each other. Yeah. And I remember that at Betty's wedding, I guess it was after they had their tip, but Teddy was down in the basement, and they had the keg of beer down in the basement, and they would send out for pitchers of beer. And he got drunk on the beer, Teddy. Oh, yeah, he was laying under there, they'd open the spigot, you know. He'd open his mouth and half the beer splash over his face, he would be drinking. Oh.
All right, now, what about Frank's wedding? Do you guys remember Frank's wedding? Because he was the oldest, and he was probably
I don't remember Frank's wedding.
Who went first? Who had the first wedding?
Oh, it had to be Frank. Had to be Frank.
Yeah. But that would have been in Bernice's family then, too.
Yeah. They lived, after they got married.
Excuse me, you know, I don't remember Bernice's family being there because there's none of them in the wedding picture. They're not in the wedding picture.
Oh.
They're not there.
So,
that picture I brought over
where would that wedding have been?
It was in our house.
It had to be in the house.
He was married at Lady Chesterhover, and we had the reception in the house.
Yeah.
You know, everything was done at home. Weddings, funerals.
Everything, everything.
Birthday. Nobody went to the hospital to have a baby except wealthy people. You had it at home. That was the way it was done. And we were healthier than the kids that were born in the hospitals today.
All right, now, did you guys have your tonsils out? This brings another thing, hospital. Yeah. You had your tonsils out when you were young?
Not me. Never had my tonsils out.
Where did you have your tonsils out?
Brooklyn Eye and Ear.
So you did go to the hospital to have your tonsils out?
Yeah. But that was an operation. And I don't know if it was mandatory, you know, for the schools to have it done, but Mom took me downtown to Brooklyn Eye and Ear. And we went down, we had the elevator train, and went down, along Fifth Avenue, and it curved down towards Fulton Street. And I remember I loved that ride because we'd come around Fulton Street, and there was the, what's the shoe company? They had a big green shoe, and lights running all around this big green shoe. You know, it was something.
But you didn't have, Dad, you didn't have your tonsils out, huh?
You had your tonsils out or not?
No, I didn't have mine out.
Well, mine ain't because I was prone to colds or something. But, yeah, they had them out.
I was good for broken bones, that's what I was. I broke my shoulder, I broke my wrist. I fell off the trolley.
They used ether. They had actually a strainer like you would use for cooking with a towel or something in it, and they poured a little ether over that. You breathe the fumes, and I was out. They took the tonsils out. Yeah, some of the kids were lined up. Some of them were screaming like mad. Oh, you want to hear them screaming? You know, finally they're quiet. The ether took over. I come in, I didn't make a sound. He said, I heard the guy saying, "Oh, this is an easy one."
Did they give you ice cream after it?
I don't remember now.
Because that used to be a thing.
I don't recall now. I really don't recall. I don't remember whether we got ice cream after or not. But
did you have a family doctor?
Yeah, Dr. Savitsky. And,
another Polish.
He didn't make any money on us because most of the time we didn't go to the doctor. You know?
Well, Clara's mother always went. Who went? It was Clara's mother?
Oh, I don't know.
No, someone always went there. And they always went and they paid $5. They had to pay $5. They go maybe once a week. So he had his regular income, you know? He had patients like that. But they had their doctor too. Mm-hmm. So anything happened, they had someone to fall on.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't utilize him a lot. Not that I know of, anyway. Not for me.
Yeah.
It was something. It was different living. It was. Everybody grew up pretty healthy. I was the tough one. I didn't want to eat. I didn't like to eat. They used to have to force feed me to eat anything. You know? Yeah, I remember when Bernice was going out with Frank, and she was over the house one time on a Sunday, and Mom had made the usual Sunday chicken, you know. We didn't have roast chicken. She would make the soup chicken, and then you got the soup. And Bernice is force feeding me the soup because I wouldn't eat.
But Frank and Bernice used to come down because they had no money. They had to eat, you know.
Yeah.
They come visit. They visit Mom.
Oh, yeah. Well, when they were first
And, you
married.
know, being Mom's favorite, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But that was a nice thing, though. You come home on a Sunday for dinner with Mom. If you couldn't afford it, kept the families together, didn't you? Did you see a lot of your brothers? No?
Frank was for Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
Everything he did, Frank was for Frank. We had a full cellar, okay? Now, in the summertime, we had the coal, we burned coal. Pop would order a ton of coal, and the truck would back up and throw it through the cellar window, right where it was piled up. See?
Shoot it down.
Yeah, shoot it down.
Yeah.
During the summer, we would grab wooden boxes, and we had on the side, under the stair going up here, on the side, you know, there was a staircase down into the basement.
Yeah.
So we throw the wooden boxes down there. And then when we got to it, we separated them. We had the long boards.
Remember, I was like 3 years old. The boxes were separated up and they were thrown down. They never took the nails out.
Yeah.
And Pop told me, said, stay away, go, you're going to get hurt. Get out, you know, get away, get out of here.
Yeah, I remember that phrase, yes.
And I didn't listen to him. I ran out, you know, I ran into that little spot under there, and I fell on a board, and the nails stuck right into my left foot. You know, the board sticking out, and I'm screaming my head off. And Pop takes the thing out, and he runs me upstairs to the bathroom, and peroxide and iodine, you know, and everything like that. You know, I'm screaming and crying, right? And he gets all done, and he says, okay, you didn't listen to me. He took down a razor strap, because he shaved with a straight razor then. This was before Gillette. Gillette was just coming out. And he fanned my fanny for me. Not really bad, you know, but I screamed more bloody blue murder. But I learned, you got to listen to Pop.
Yeah, so we used to separate the boxes and have it ready for Pop. And when Pop, when he wasn't working on a Saturday, he'd go down there and he had the saw, the big saw, you know, and you lean over the saw, you grab the board and you go down on the saw like this, see? And he'd cut the boards like that.
Yeah, it was a,
it
was like the old bow saw, but it was wood.
Yeah.
It was wood, and it was like a big bow saw.
Yeah. That's what a bow saw is, what it was. That was our playroom. The cellar was our playroom.
Yeah.
We had a Victrola down there.
That's the one that Teddy got that when he was cleaning basements. He brought that.
Really?
Yeah, he brought that home. A big old-fashioned Victrola. If you had that today, it'd be worth $2,000, $3,000. You know, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to it.
It's one of my brothers.
Frankie probably sold it.
Some of my brothers. What they used to do is would they get a piece of cardboard and they put the thing for the Victrola, the used ones, they put it up through the cardboard, stick it up like this. They're all sticking up, see? And they lay that out on the sidewalk, in the road, right next to the curb. And the car would park there and he'd get a flat tire.
Yeah.
You guys are really nasty.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
Well, we were nasty kids.
I didn't do that. But no,
it wasn't you.
Every Christmas, you know, because to save money, we didn't get our Christmas tree until Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to get rid of them, you know. So we'd pick out a Christmas tree, and when I was a kid, they had me making the chain for it. We had strips of colored paper cut up, and I would take them and put one inside the other and glue them, and I had to make the chain for the tree, you know, and it was done Christmas Eve. And everything was done Christmas Eve. All the decorations come out, and it was wild. It was wild. But then after Christmas, we used to take the trees out the street. We did because the trees were real dry after that. And you'd hold the end of the tree and someone would light the front and it would burn while you were holding it. I got my jacket on fire once. I had a corduroy jacket. slapping the flames out, and then I got a little slapping around for that too.
I was a Polish Boy Scout. You were too, weren't you?
Yeah, the hot chest for
Down on 15th Street. Wasn't that a Polish National Church?
That was a Polish
not a Catholic church.
Right.
What's the Polish National Church?
It's a Polish.
They don't send the money to Rome. That's the difference.
They were separate from Rome.
So they're Catholics,
they were Catholic, but they were not aligned to Rome.
Yeah. That's the one I got to write the poem for.
Yeah, that was down there.
So I belong to that. And you know the square hats, you saw the square hats that the bombers had?
That was what the Polish army had, square hats.
Right.
And the Boy Scout uniform had the same thing. I didn't belong to the one on 15th Street. I belonged to the one on what was it, 24th Street?
25th, yeah, 25th.
24th Street and 5th Avenue.
Yeah, right.
It was a block away from the entrance to Greenwood Cemetery.
Right.
And I was looking at the book in there, Greenwood Cemetery, and it says, yeah, we're right across the street from that. And Mom signed us up. There was not a choice of whether you wanted to. She took me and Johnny up there. He signed up as a drummer, and I signed up as a bugler. That was it, right? And it ended up marching in the first Pulaski Day Parade, the first one they had, and that was wild.
Yeah.
It was in Manhattan, and we got on the subway. We get to Manhattan. We went with the church group. Mom belonged to the Królova Jadwiga, the Queen Jadwiga Association.
Right.
Pop belonged to the Liga Motorskap, the Seamen's Association. And so we were all marching the parade, but we were all different. We were all everywhere.
Then Frank worked for the Polish newspaper, Nowy Świat. And the kids would get, he'd give us newspapers, and we'd be running up and down the street selling newspapers while the parade was on.
Yeah, we went, I remember, we were on 23rd Street, just off Broadway, just on the east side of Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to be one of the first ones to march, one of the first units. So they had units going up, and they said, okay, line up. We'd all line up and get ready, we're going to march. And all of a sudden they'd come, hold. Some bus come in from Massachusetts or somewhere, from Buffalo, from Jersey, from Pennsylvania. No one else had, this was the first Pulaski Day Parade ever. And so they said, we've got to let them go. They got a long ride home. And we were there until about 7 o'clock at night before we marched. We marched. There was nobody on the sidewalks. The streets were empty. They don't know how many people marched in that parade because they came from Connecticut, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Jersey, all over the place. Really Buffalo. I remember Buffalo, Rochester. Buses would come and they'd let them march and get out, get done.
See, that's a Polish spirit. See, that's what the Poles were. To take a country and cut it apart and there's no country for 123 years, and after that to put it together again, and you got the same country. So there's something in those people.
Yeah, it was a difficult time because being under Russian, German, and Austrian rule, for so long there were diverse groups.
Right.
And it was hard to meld that together. They couldn't form a government. So General Pilsudski became the dictator of Poland. He was the dictator, and he brought the nation together as a dictator. But he was a benevolent dictator. It was not that he was going to...
He wasn't a dictator until 26. He's the one that stopped the Russians at the river.
At the Vistula Battle of the
And he stopped the Russians. He beat them.
Beat them.
And
because they Moscow before it ended.
They thought they were going to wipe all of Europe. They'd become communists,
Well,
he stopped them. Then he turned the government over. But Polacks have a tendency to fight each other.
Yeah.
They're nasty to each other. And they could never put it together right. So he got so disgusted by 1926 that he created a coup. And he took over, and it divided. There were some who were with him, some who weren't, and that was a division in the country. But he was disgusted what the politicians were doing, see? And he became dictator.
Mm-hmm.
And that division, from that time, all the time, the Polacks are always fighting each other. You say it's red, he's going to say it's black. Who are you going to believe? I say, you're both stupid, it's white. You know, that's the way they are.
It was
You're not going to drink this?
No. It was, he actually brought the country together.
He did. He
gave up the government. He did, you know, once he got it working, he passed it over. But there was a lot of bickering there. You know.
Oh yeah, he got disgusted with it. That's why he took over.
Yeah, it was a tough thing to get them to fight together. But when he beat the Russians, he took over what was what do you call it, the Ukraine. It was under Poland. And that's why the Ukrainians hate the Polacks, because the Polacks ruled them. He was as far as Lvov and further. They had
in Russia, Lvov.
Yeah, they had
Lvov.
What do you call it? White Russia was was under Polish rule. He went right into there. They beat him so badly, and they held it until World War II.
Well, my understanding is what they wanted Lvov to be in Poland, but the Russians wouldn't allow it. They kept it when they reconstituted the Poland. Hey, I gotta look. I'm looking at you guys. I'm sitting here all these hours. I'm looking at you guys. You are a generation of eyeglass cases and pens in your pockets. Both of you look exactly the same.
Well, it runs in the family.
Genetic. I don't have one. No, I wear them all the time.
He's not a real crocky. He don't have any.
But I have the hearing aids.
Yeah. Oh, we're all hearing aids. You? Him?
No, he doesn't wear them.
Oh, he doesn't wear them. Yeah, you, me, and Betty.
I maintain that though I hated them for it, Roosevelt and Churchill giving over all of Eastern Europe. I hate them for that.
Yeah.
But I maintain that Poland is better off today because they became communists. The communists took over. It became a welfare state. They lived lousy. The communists took everything from them. But
it unified them.
It did not allow the rich ones before, who used to run Poland, to take over. You understand? It eliminated them as a class.
Yeah.
And so after it was put together again, we thank God that they have the independence they have.
And it was the Pope.
It was the Pope who started it all.
Yeah.
Because the Poles were all in the dumps. You understand? They were in the dumps under the communists, and the Pope wanted to make a 9-day or I forget what visit to Poland to finally. They made it 9 days. He wanted to go for a couple of times to Poland, and they wouldn't let him. Till finally they let him in for 9 days, and for 9 days, the millions of people. What's his name? The politician. Him and his wife create a DVD, and the title is 9 Days That Changed the World. And it got pictures of millions of people coming out to see the Pope. I was there for the first Mass in Warsaw.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to follow him around, but boy, he got crowds out everywhere. Remember what Stalin said? How many troops does he have?
He had more than Stalin.
He had more than Stalin.
Yeah.
And that's what gave life, that's what gave the backbone to the solidarity.
Yeah, what gave the backbone to solidarity was Ronald Reagan.
No,
I'll tell you, because I was tight with this woman in the Kosciuszko Foundation, and we were talking, and she told me one time, she says, you know, I was one of his couriers. I used to carry money to Solidarity. And she told me, she says, one time I went, and I says, I had a case full of money, American money. It says, and the plane lands at a Russian field in Poland. And something had happened, and they landed at a Russian field. She said, I was scared to death. She says, and we had to get off the plane and walk into the terminal. And I don't remember what the reason was that the plane landed there. She says, but there were two rows of Russian soldiers, so we had to go into the terminal. And she walked, she thought they were going to search us or something. Something happened, she ended up getting back on the plane. They ended up getting back on the plane. She wasn't searched. She says, boy, she says, I was starting to get gray hairs.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, but she was a courier. She delivered money
Who, he did this?
Reagan.
Reagan, okay,
Reagan.
I didn't know that. See,
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that, but I'll
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you, this is, the Pope gave the backbone to solidarity.
Mm-hmm.
The money helped them, but they had the nerve now to stand up to them. They made the communists made the new city, Navajuta, and it was the Pope who forced them after about 5 or 10 years to put a church there.
Yeah, people were crying for a church. They said
There had got to be a church. The government wouldn't allow it.
Yeah.
Till they finally got it. But it was a Pope, and you see,
He wasn't the Pope then.
No, he wasn't.
He was a cardinal.
When I got the library to get me the tape.
He was a bishop under Wisniewski, was the cardinal.
He was a cardinal, but he was Pope when he went to Poland for 9 days.
But with Navajuta, he was either a bishop because Wisniewski was the cardinal.
Yeah, well, he
was a bishop under Wisniewski.
They made him in charge in Poland. He was the one in charge for a while.
Yeah, after a while, Wisniewski, what happened was Wisniewski was the cardinal, and the Russians, the communists, put him under house arrest. So as the bishop, Wojtyła, he was actually running the show.
Yeah.
He was running the show, but he was a bishop then. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I really teased there. I said, Eringo Bralis is what I called it. What a bum I was, you know? Really, every time, Eringo Bralis, how did I get there? What a nerdy thing, huh?
You failed, Betty, you failed.
You're not kidding. She came close.
Just imagine how bad he would have been if you had
She came close.
He's a character, you gotta watch him.
I know,
Not
I
me.
can see that.
Me, I'm innocent.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Well,
No, I write a lot of poetry. You like poetry?
yes.
Oh, I got a book. I buy my own books.
Yeah, someday I'll sit down and read one that you sent
Right.
to Betty. I haven't yet.
483 haiku.
Ah,
Okay?
okay.
When I got started,
Sounds
I
like an
couldn't stop.
address, 183 Haiku Street.
Well,
Then I write poems. Every word begins with the same letter.
Yeah.
And I did a whole alphabet from A to Z. and I got a woman sketch artist. I saw her works on the wall down there, and I got introduced to her, and I asked her, I gave her 26 poems. Would you please sketch from each one of these whatever you see?
oh, how nice.
She did all 26. I put the picture here, the poem here, and I bind them together.
Did you send that one to Betty?
I would never send it to her.
What?
No way. Never happened.
What?
You got that
I
one?
have so much poetry.
Okay, I'd like to see the one of the alphabet.
I'll give you
Not
one.
today. Not
You
today.
ready? 170 words.
Oh.
I taught a mother, never used the word once. I called up Larry King. He had a guest that told someone you don't need to, there are no rules of writing poetry, and I straightened him out. And I told him, look, I got a poem over 170 words, cut me off whenever you want. So he let me start, see, and I started out. M, memorialized. Man and woman's mess, my metamorphosis. Mulling memories my mind magnifies. Man's misadventures. Military men marking maps. Mass and material movements. Mars Magnus, making Marxist miscreants. Martinet's merit mockery. Molesting men. Masochistic murderers. Mutilating milieu. Many millennia. Medical mayhem. Misapplied. Masticate mildew, mincing midgets, morosely marching mindlessly, monsters, madly methylating. I lost the trend. I'm all done with the poem. At the end, Larry King, that was he had a talk show at night.
Yes.
And he says to me, Mazel tov, what a way to finish it.
That's wonderful.
I'll tell you.
And I did every letter. I got a poem for every letter. X was a problem. How do you make a poem out of X?
Okay.
Took about a dozen X's in the left-hand column. Right-hand column, the dictionary definition of those X's.
to make a story. Xylophones, xylophones, you know, like that.
Xylophone was the only one I could come up with besides services.
But I just happen to have the gift, see?
Yes.
And I get a big kick out of writing.
You know, I like words. I like the way they feel on my tongue.
The what?
I like words.
Oh, words,
yeah,
right.
I do like words, you know, so
yeah.
I try to learn them because
yeah.
I like the way they feel.
I tried to write a book with only 3-letter words, and I failed.
We read your book, Stan.
Oh, yeah, I'm still working on more. I got him to get his poems published in the Polish-American paper on Long Island. The editor's a friend of mine, and he publishes some of my Civil War stuff.
He hasn't put one of my poems in, and I sent him all my books.
He hasn't? Well, he's
Not
doing
one.
it. I spoke to him the other day, and he's doing my Battle of Antietam in
Right.
a 3-part series. And because I sent him so much stuff, and I don't know. He published some of your poems before, hasn't he?
He hasn't published one. You mentioned that he was taking over the paper.
Yeah.
So he asked me if I could help him out, and I sent him all the books I had. I got 5 books that I bind these myself after I print them, and hasn't printed one.
There's not much of a market for poetry.
Well, I tell you,
it's a shame.
there definitely is not. There is not. But sometimes, now, what did that end poem do for you?
Oh.
All right, all right.
Yes, I can't believe there's so. As you were saying it, I couldn't believe you were able to match those and make sense out of them at the same time.
Gift. It was a gift.
Yeah.
I'm not a poet. I don't know poetry. I'm not an expert at poetry. But that's a gift.
Yeah.
Yes, Shiraz. Yes, Gia, Gia, now. Yes, Gia, now.
Guess what? We're repeating it because Michael wasn't ready, and I'm opening the doors because I wanted to.
She's great.
What are we going to do?
We missed the toast because I didn't put on a recorder in time, but once again, thanks
we're
Dad
doing it,
for
we're
getting all this
repeating it,
going
we're
together,
repeating it,
and we
ready? We're
appreciate
repeating
it.
We're going to do it again.
All right, well, I'll add my little words, and
Thank you.
it is our pleasure to have you all with us, and I really, really get and understand how, Uncle Eddie, this is a big deal. That's not that easy to make happen, but it's based upon strong desire, and that's really pretty spectacular, is what I would say. The desire to see your sister, to get Uncle Stanley here, to have your escorts, of course. It's huge, and it's really quite beautiful, and it has just been our pleasure to have you all with us.
Beautiful setting in your home, and you're hosting the people with the most.
There you go.
Say just like a Rocky.
All right.
Survived it all.
That's right. Okay, are we ready?
You guys were ready.
I just had to turn it off for a second. No,
Oh.
it's not coming. Hang on.
Well, you get a copy of this, Michael, anyway, so don't worry about it.
Oh, we
It
want to
just
try to
started
get
for some
another
reason.
Stola.
What are we doing?
Stroll
We're going to do Stolat again?
We
Yes.
are, and we're going to do it.
We're ready? We're ready.
Ready?
Ready,
And-
Lift your glasses.
Stola,
yeah, Gia, Gia, now.
Stola,
Stola,
Yeah, Gia, Gia, now. Yes, Gia, yes, Gia, yeah, Gia, Gia, now. Yeah, Gia, now.
We're going to click
Yes, yes! Is that what yes means? Once again?
once again.
Yes.
Once again.
I do want to say one other thing. I've had a Polish heritage, but I do want to toast my father once more. It's only last year, a year and a half ago now, that I went to my mailbox and got a book. What my father thought was a travel book for Poland to go, because we like to tour, but it was a history of Poland, and he got me excited about Poland. And I like being there, I like the heritage, and I'm glad that I've had that opportunity to learn some Polish, and you guys corrected me with my language, but it's nice to be able to go back there and see the heritage. And try to keep for this generation what you guys did with your generation.
And when you go, see if they'll take you to the church where Grandma was baptized, and to the home that was.
Yeah, if it's still there. Yeah,
I will go, I will do my job, my task, and I will report back to you guys. I will report back to you guys.
You can find out with the email.
Yeah, I'll call up, I'll email Kashmir and ask him if what's going on, and I'll alert him that you guys are showing up.
An alert is good.
Yeah, I won't give him any dates, but I'll just say
it'll be in May.
Coming soon.
It'll be in May.
Yeah. Yeah, sometime in May, I'll just tell them, you know, and whatever.
All right, we're ready.
Have you coordinated with any relatives, or this
Not
would be
yet.
You're going to do it.
Oh, I think that would be
Yeah,
yeah,
May is a long time away.
so you will not lose it. And the telephone
Beautiful. Thank you for making that
has
sound
a
like me.
telephone.
Or whoever.
Or he has. Of course, I don't
You're
know what's
welcome.
going on now.
No worries, fine.
And what a big family.
I was trying to get.
I love the pictures you gave me. Thank you for sharing those pictures. I know
Yeah,
you.
but you wrote it over with the address, son, so you will not lose it.
Dziękuję pani.
Nie ma za co.
Nie ma za co. Za co. Nie ma za co. Oh.
Well,
And what a way to move on to the last evening of this visit, except with a Polish meal.
Oh,
what other better way?
perfect.
it's a nice visit. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's so quick.
Oh, it was quick.
A blur.
I'm going to turn off the tape now because we're going to eat. Talk later. Remind me to turn the tape off.
And Aaron and Martin
He put me to bed, and he put me on his chest, and I used to play with him. I played with his lip, blah, blah, blah. And he was so tolerant, he just lay there, you know, when he should have been resting, and he let me play with him. And that was it.
But these kids didn't get to do that.
No.
No.
You would never have had that time because you were the
Right.
baby.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
It's your-
like Liz. It's like Liz got to have that time.
You know, Ruth, it's your place in the family, how you get.
That's
through.
right. That's right. I agree with that.
I had the 2 and 3 girls.
That's what it is.
When Liz was young, the others were older. After breakfast, I sat down with her at the table and we talked before she went to school. And I would tell her, today is Lincoln's birthday, or Lincoln's birthday's coming. Today is Valentine's Day.
Right.
And she knew more. I had the time. I couldn't do it
With
the
Judith.
No, Liz.
With Liz.
With Liz, when everybody
There you
was
go, Mom.
Everybody was gone.
There you are.
Okay, so Liz got to have all that.
So when she went to school, and the teacher would say, what holiday is it? Liz knew all, because I could sit down and talk to her. The one thing I did do, I read to every child. I read books to them. I read stories.
All right, Betty, as a former teacher, that was the way to do it.
And when Judy was a little girl, I had to
Read books
set
to
a
me,
book.
she made me sit in front of her and listen to music.
Had to set a book, the book house. And when she was a little girl, she couldn't talk.
I see.
At about 5 o'clock, I would read to her. And one day I was late. She stood there and she pointed to the books.
Who was this there?
Judy, she wants to be read to. I would, at that time.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, she kept pointing. But I read to all of them.
Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Smells Polish.
It does. It does.
Look
Should we
for
need
it.
a little white wine or refrigerator, or should we have, okay, can you bring the bread out in the glasses, if you don't mind? You sure you want the
Another thing we did with Miss when she was older, Saturday night we would play games with her. She liked to play. So every Saturday night we'd play some games.
Okay.
Couldn't do it with the others.
Yeah, it's different. You had time. Yeah, you had time. You did a little fork here.
I seem to remember when I was young, you had a bingo game that we played bingo at times.
Yeah.
Chinese checkers was another thing. We played Chinese checkers with the marbles.
He wasn't done, so I just took another one.
Here you go, got it.
Oh, I'm missing that.
Anybody want red wine?
I think there's one more. I think we're good, Michael. We need some more glasses then,
Yes,
don't
we do. We need more glasses.
Does everyone's getting glasses?
Okay, that's why you need me, honey. You need me for the host and the hostessing. Let me take care of
You must have some.
You guys are going to get me to pronounce that correctly yet.
Nyema.
Nyema. Nyema.
Haven't got.
Nyema.
Enough for nothing.
I remember that. Nyema.
It is.
Alright.
I might say it incorrectly. Sammy is better.
Well, that's a younger brother. He'll correct you.
Doing what? Okay, I don't know.
A man,
No, I never
when
saw
it
that.
got dark, a man came with a ladder and a little boy. We had no electricity. And he out in the
I tried it
street,
all.
there
Most
were
of it.
lights.
Most of it.
And the little boy would go up the ladder and light the light.
Wow.
And then he'd pick that ladder up and go to the next one. Then the next morning, they had to come and put them out.
What were they? Gas or were they a candle? Or
I imagine
They were
gas.
Well,
Yeah, but by the time I was there, that was gone. We had electric.
Hmm. So you didn't have to watch the little boy climbing up?
No, I didn't. I would have climbed up with him.
No.
Now, I vaguely remembered this. Very vaguely remembered it. I remember parts of it. My godmother lived upstairs. And I don't know what it was, I don't know what time of the year it was, but Mom was busy, you know, doing something, and the door was open to the apartment downstairs, and I crawled out, I wasn't walking yet, I crawled out of the apartment, and I crawled all the way upstairs to my godmother.
How old were you?
Ah,
I wasn't walking yet.
Under a
I just
year.
vaguely remembered starting up the stairs, but I remember that Matka, my godmother's mother, we called her Matka, and she was at ironing clothes. And she gave me some clothespins to play with underneath the ironing board. And all of a sudden, Mom comes running out, Matka, Matka, my baby's gone, my baby's gone. She says, oh, don't worry, you just come upstairs to say hello. I don't remember the words, but that's what was told to me later.
Oh my God, times have really changed when you hear those stories.
You know what? I didn't quite hear it because I didn't know.
I said my godmother
crawled.
lived upstairs, and the door of the apartment was open downstairs. Mom was busy. I crawled down the hall, and I crawled up the stairs to come under the light to see my godmother.
You're
But, yeah, I guess she was in school or whatever, you know. But her mother was there, and they called her Matka. You know, mother. And
You guys want some
she
bread?
put me under the. Yeah, I'm going to take a slice.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody want
I have
bread?
enough, no, I have enough, thank you.
And
He crawled up the stairs. He wasn't even walking yet.
yeah, and my mother come out when she discovered I was missing, and she's screaming, you know, Matka, Matka, my baby's gone, you know. And she says, don't worry, so he come up the stairs, he just came up to say hello. And I was playing under her, she was ironing, and I was playing under the ironing board with some clothespins, you know.
And do you remember this, or do you
I remember the
hearing
the
about it?
clothespins, and I remember starting up the stairs, but I don't remember climbing all the way up. No, I only remember little
You
pieces
know,
of it.
it was different because people somehow survived through some of
Yeah.
these things that
Most
we
of some-
became overly protective of so many things. Don't you
Right.
think we became
It's the
overly
same thing with all
protective
the
of so many
regulations.
things?
Oh, yeah.
That all of a sudden, I mean, you know,
We
it's
just
like,
sent you to nanny state. I mean, how do
oh
you do
my
that?
God.
But what I really love is the extended family. His godmother was upstairs. He knew that he had somebody who really cared about him up one flight of stairs, so he
Yeah,
decided
that's
to go
true.
visit her
That
under
is
1
good,
year
it's
old.
Yeah.
And that's really,
Oh, 1
if
year
you
old.
cut to
I
the
was,
quick, what that's about.
Yeah.
at 1 year old, I think I was already running at 1 year old. When I was 1 year old, I was already walking, right?
From Johnny?
And Mom would give him milk in a little whiskey bottle.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's where it's from.
No wonder, it explains it. Put a nipple on a whiskey bottle.
I like that. That's good.
All right, talk about whiskey and bars.
Milk and a
What did you do
little
with the bars? You said some
My
story
father
about
died.
working in the bars and going into bars and doing stuff with people.
Who?
You.
Selling papers.
Yeah, I was selling papers at night. I decided, I used to sell it on a weekend in front of Jermaine's. Then I figured I got a good way of making money. I had the idea. I says, look, I said to the guy with the papers, I says, you supply me with, give me 20 papers, I'll pay you cash up front, and don't ask me what I'm gonna do with them. So I get the papers at night. It was the Daily News, and it was only 2 cents.
Mm-hmm.
So I get down to 3rd Avenue, down by the waterfront, and a little kid, and I'm walking in one bar after the other, all the way down to 69th Street. The bartender wants to throw me out. I give him a newspaper, and that satisfied him.
Yeah.
A lot of the drunks there, hey kid, I don't want a paper. They give me a nickel or a dime.
Yeah.
Wound up, when I reached 69th Street, I threw the papers away, and there was a trolley line here. I had a pocket full of money, but I'm not paying to get on it. I got on the back of a trolley car, I hitched a ride all the way back to 16th Street.
Wow.
Very, very industrious. That's it.
Oh yeah. Then when I wanted a cigarette, I go to Merchant's Candy Store.
It was different.
We used to get cigarettes for a penny.
Yeah, they
He'd
don't
open up a pack, and the kids didn't have money to buy a pack, so we wanted a cigarette. We buy it from him like that.
Yeah.
For a
Cigarettes were only,
penny?
Yeah,
Wow.
cigarettes were only 8 or 10 cents a pack.
yeah, they were that
For a
much.
pack
He
of
made
20.
money.
So he made extra money with that.
Right, he made money by selling it that way.
That's where I used to get my shopping bags from Merchants.
Wow.
3 cents, I got 2 shopping bags. And I ran out on a Saturday down where the women were shopping. You know, little kid, boy, they buy quick. You know, I sell 2 shopping bags. I sell them 2 cents a piece. 2 bags, I made a penny. And I worked my fanny off to make a nickel. And then I worked my fanny off to make another nickel. Then I'd go to Needix and get a big hot dog for a nickel and an orange crush.
A nickel for a hot dog?
And a nickel for a hot dog.
And an orange crush.
And the orange
The
crush
other
was
nickel, another nickel.
Oh, I thought it was the same nickel.
No.
No, 2 nickels?
Oh my
That's so
God.
cool.
Highway robbery.
Yeah, really.
It's
Wow.
pretty neat.
Just
That, you know, I love the old
Good memories
stuff.
of
That
those.
was
when the coins actually had silver in them.
Yeah.
The coins
That's
were
right.
actually worth something.
Yeah, that's right.
That was what, around 1930s, 31, 32?
I was maybe 4 years old, 5 years old.
You were born what
29,
year?
33.
29.
Okay, so there you go, 33.
Yeah.
He's the reason
That
of
was a
the
different
shop
time. That
crash.
was different.
It was the reason,
saw him in this.
today too, we're gonna call him the reason.
I must have heard I was in town.
Yeah.
There you go.
It is kind of amazing when you think back on those things, though, that, you know, how it all was, and the simplicity. I'm not
And
sure
the way
it's
the-
always so
The way the
simple.
storekeepers were, when I was like that age, one time I found a penny on the street. So I ran into Kolcheski's. They had the Italian ices. They wouldn't give it to me. They questioned me, where'd you get this penny? Did your mother know you're here? No. Wouldn't let me spend that penny unless I
Are you
had
serious?
Wow.
No, I'm serious. There wasn't, it was Depression year, the penny was a lot. No, you gotta get mine, you know. Your mother know you're buying rice, you know, where'd you get this penny? I found it, you know.
So
Let's ask you about the Depression years. 1929 or 30 something.
1929 to 1940.
40. Now, what?
Oh, I think
When you were in the family,
it's
you go online?
2008
You go
to.
online?
What's that?
Did you, any of you guys walk online or have to wait online?
No.
The family wait online?
No, we didn't.
No, we never, we were too proud.
During the Depression, from 29 to the 40s, did you guys wait online?
No.
Get stamps, CCC?
One thing you guys know.
Yeah, I
If you
disagree.
come out
I
at
disagree.
night on
Yeah, I
15th
totally
Street,
do. I
I
think
love
Steve, I
it.
totally
Near
disagree.
the Hudson River.
The people
The
that,
Statue
they,
of
we're not
Liberty
even
is lit up.
beginning to live
Oh,
it.
And you could go
Yeah.
out
Great
there
little
and stand on the
Yes,
side of
yes.
That's true.
No,
It's-
it's like,
Statue of Liberty.
yeah.
All
Please.
lit up.
Great-
You could
great
see it.
You look down the street from us, you can see it. We get out in the morning, there's the Statue of Liberty. Just look, you're down in the bay.
I told, well, I heard my grandmother,
No,
my
yeah,
great
it's right
grandmother,
there.
no way.
So what did that Statue of Liberty have to do with it?
Not even
You could see the Statue of Liberty lit up at night.
$200 in the bank,
Did
that
you
was a
see
lot of
it
money
lit
there.
up?
I don't know, really, I
All
don't
they
pay
had
attention
to
to
do
that.
was wait that out,
Vanished.
and there
The
it
event,
was.
that's all they had, that was their life savings.
It's 'cause
Did
the
that
back-
have anything to do with the
No, that's
Depression?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that,
No, okay, just that it was right that you could see it.
Depression.
I mean, my
They
dad talked to me
didn't
about
care
his
whether
dad
it
had
was
a very
depression or
beautiful
not.
job, but he lost his job and then.
Well,
he
you know,
kept
there's collections that made it possible to put the Statue of Liberty together and put it up. They got collections from the country.
You can sit up, do you
They
want,
push.
do you want
They
more?
said, here it is, the French send us this
Yes,
gift,
funny, but they lost it all.
and we don't have the money to put it up. So they started making collections, nickels, dimes, pennies, anything.
My brother and my dad.
Well, you know it, they started putting it
He
together.
gave me other perspectives, but he said.
So you, nobody in the family had to wait on lines for,
No.
Grandpa had a job? Was he working?
He worked on the side.
He was always working.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, my father was very ashamed.
He worked for the Jolly Company, and I don't know what he made then.
But he had a job.
He had a job, yeah, he had a job, he was never out of work.
Do you know, Hoover was president, and I had a neighbor
Here's a
who
great
was
story. I gotta tell
familiar
you
with
this about my
Hoover
uncle.
City. And she went to see Hoover City. It was, I can't remember where it was, one of the
Made me
islands.
feel my heart, made my heart sing.
These
So it's a good
single
story.
men that had no home built themselves home out of tin cans and were living by the water. And they did that for a long time. Then the government came in and stopped them because of sanitation.
They would break into the mausoleums in the cemeteries and use that to live in.
He's a
Yeah.
multi-millionaire.
In the wintertime, it was bitter.
Conan took care of
Yeah.
them all over the years.
It
No,
was
we never talk about it.
tough years for a lot of people. It's tough for us because of some of the kids.
God
Like I said, Pop
very simple people.
Never complained. He had a job. We had to save the shoes. We had to, we could, you know, put new soles on the shoes or heels or whatever. Never complained. I
But out
know
here,
a little thing with that. It's
sewed up the wood that we picked up in the summertime. When he had the time, he sewed it up, we had it all waiting for him, he sewed it up, and we piled it up to save on a coal.
And communication in the workplace. If you
We had,
Google,
I guess I was about
he'll come up
4
on
or
a great head
5,
for about.
and he used to come on the Prospect Avenue station on the 4th Avenue.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't want me to walk down the cellar, but I walked down the corner, I'd meet Pop and I'd walk up the street with him.
Yeah.
And 2 doors down from us, there was this Irishman. And we were coming up, and it was warm, I guess it was the summertime, right? And we were coming up, and he says, "Hey, Louis, stop and have a beer." He had a pail of beer. So he poured my father a pail of beer. He says, "Louis," he says, "what are you working for?" He says, "You got all these kids, go on the dole." He says, "You don't have to work." And my father turned around, I know he wanted that beer, and he says, give it back to me. He says, "I didn't come to this country to sit and drink beer. I came to work. I got a job and I work. Thank you." We went home. He wouldn't take the beer, drink and not working.
Yeah.
He had his pride. Pop had his pride.
You intend to come down, so you went down just before we came here. And he says, "Screw."
So you guys stayed in Brooklyn until he was ready to retire, and when he retired, he moved out 48.
Yeah.
And Louis was, Frank was first, and then Pop, Who was next? You were next, right?
No, Eddie was next.
Eddie was next?
Yeah,
You got there
Eddie
first?
And I said,
We came to Lindenhurst first before you guys?
I think you were before Betty.
Who came to Lindenhurst first?
I don't
What was the
remember.
order?
Frank.
Frank was
Frank.
first.
First.
Then
He
Pop.
was first. Pop, because he couldn't take the week. Oh, wait a minute, no, he moved there because he was retired. Then,
Was it Louis next?
No.
Louis was single, so he's with the family.
Louis lived at home with us. then.
So then it was, you were there with Pop and.
No, I think it was me.
Then
I think it was
think
me.
he moved in
Eddie came later.
Because we were looking for a home. See? And so we went out to visit them, and we looked at a building
And
in
You live in until the day you
8th
die.
Street.
they said that, and he said, we're paying.
We were on 7th, yeah, building on 8th Street,
Stay
blocked
all
down.
living expenses.
It had a cellar, but it was nothing, it was just a dirt down there,
Yeah.
deep cellar. And
Paying all
it
their
was a
taxes.
big house, but
They've got cash.
it needed too much work.
They went
And
to
and Pop says, come on, over here. So he took me up the street,
No, they did not.
and this Italian guy had this beautiful, little house. And he was Italian. He had plans, flowers, everything. Beautiful, fancy. We got it for $9,000. So before long, it wasn't as beautiful, but it was 100 by 100.
Yeah.
But the house was on 50 by 100. So eventually, just before I got divorced, I got the property split. Yeah,
I told her how to do it because I did it.
I went 3 times and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So
I told her, you gotta get the right lawyer. I gave him a lawyer, you know, it's a little payoff, and you get down and they pay off the board. And I tell you, you go before the board, don't say anything, just say yes, you know, whatever, and whatnot. They told you what to say. I needed the property split, but I had too. I bought from Pop, because our house was right in the middle.
Yeah.
It was 50 on one side, 50 on the other. And I had, what do you call it? Jerry Sammartino was working for a setter who lived on 8th Street. And he came with his lawyer one morning. And the guy looked, he says, well, he says, we can't do this one on the south side. I said, but this one we can split. He says, all right. He says, I'll let you know what, you know.
I mean, if you can stay engaged in life and you're enjoying what you're
$1,000 or
doing,
something.
That was what it cost me.
Yeah, that's
fabulous.
$1,000.
How's it going?
Okay, so once again, you came in, it was, you were the third one in. Betty
I'm pretty
came
sure
in
I was
later.
the third one.
I want to take
Betty
the
came in later.
Betty and Harry.
I take the mustard.
And Louis.
I think, was Harry retired, Betty?
No, it is.
No.
Or Harry was still working when you
No.
went there, huh?
He transferred. He was working in Lynbrook, then he transferred to the A&P in Lynbrook. When you moved to Lindenhurst, Harry was working in the A&P in Lynbrook. Yeah.
That's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then, so he transferred from Lindbergh to Lindenhurst?
Yeah.
We
No,
lived
no.
Lived in Lindenhurst. He was in the A&P in Westchester County.
Oh,
And he
then he went to Lindbergh.
Yeah.
And then he, what, he drive or take the train to Lindbergh?
we lived in New Rochelle, New York.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It was gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't buy it.
That's where I went to college, so I know the area.
I love it. And we lived near the high school.
I
And
did. I had an apartment near the high
Twin
school.
Lakes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I would go down with the children.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we lived there.
And I went across the street to the college. I own a college.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
But I loved it. But Harry would not buy a house there because he said the taxes were too high. I don't think they were, but of course, Long Island was just growing.
It was high at the time.
Yeah.
And Long Island was just growing.
Didn't he ever
He was
hear?
going to buy a house there and change his job. So we got a job out on the island.
So he left the golf course and he went to work as a butcher?
Oh, He left the golf course after we got married because he didn't feel that was a proper job for, and I don't think he was right. I wish he had stayed there because it was very, very nice. Probably wouldn't get much money, but it was nice. And he got a job on, and it was wonderful because poor guy, he worked Saturday late, and Sunday he wanted to sleep. But he would, what he did was wonderful. In the morning, he'd go to the bakery, and he's always buying us buns, and he's buying us nice bread or buns, and I would make bacon and eggs. Then we would go to church. Then when we come home, I would say, let's take a ride on the island. So we would go to the tip of the island, and they had, where they used to have the salmon run, they had these boats, they had a museum, and it was fascinating. So every Sunday I got to do something, and it was free. So we went out every Sunday, and he complained, but he was a good husband. He complained, he said, nobody else is going out, why do I have to go? It was a good experience for the kids, because we got to see where the salmon were, where everything, museum. Oh, wonderful things out there.
Out around Montauk, there was a lot out there.
That was a different day too, a different age, because your Sunday was a Sunday ride.
Sundays were closed. Everything was closed. There was nothing open on Sunday.
You went to church and then went out to first eat, and then you had Sunday ride.
And Sunday was a Sunday dinner. We would always have a roast or chicken or something, have a Sunday dinner. We had a lot of company because we had friends in New Rochelle. So we would, Harry liked the company. We'd invite them down for dinner, and then we'd go to them for dinner. Then we had another group of friends we'd invite down. And then when we bought our timeshare, we'd invite these people to spend a week with us.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, North Carolina.
I remember the Brosnans.
Yeah.
They were right next to you, the Brosnans.
Oh, the Brosnan. Well,
I remember Kevin. The name Kevin sticks in my mind.
I'll tell you something.
He was a young guy, right? The young boy was Kevin.
You would not believe Kevin. He's a businessman. I saw a picture of him lately. I would never recognize him. But he never married.
He became a lawyer, didn't he?
He was
a lawyer. He had a law office in Babylon. He was very good. I remember driving through there one time and hey,
and sadly, his mother died young. And I liked her, Anne Brosnan.
Yeah, they were nice. That was a nice family.
I liked her.
In fact, I think I had Kevin as a student when I first started teaching.
He was nice.
Yeah, nice.
And he was kind of a drinker, but not while he worked. So weekends he
The father or the son?
Cases of beer in the house. He'd have, and he became a heavy drinker. And the mother died young, and the daughter died young of cancer. The mother had a heart attack. She was a sick woman. But they were nice.
Yeah, they hired me to build a room on the back of their house. And they didn't take care, and Brosnan didn't take care of his house well on the outside. I built a room for them. She wanted a sewing room on the back of the house, so I built them a sewing room on the back of the house. You know, I had finished thinking, one of the neighbors up there says, couldn't you build that in the front of the house?
You know?
Yeah, let's turn them out.
And I love gardening from them. I had a gorgeous garden all around down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
all along the edge, I remember that.
When I went over to her house, we'd have tea, and what a view she had of my garden.
Yeah, you had flowers all going down the side of the driveway near the property. It was beautiful. Yeah. And Harry planted a lot in the back. Harry planted a lot of stuff in the back.
3 sides.
Yeah.
I loved it. And when Diana was a little girl, we had a creek down our street.
I remember that, yeah.
And the kids loved it. And one time when Aunt Doris was here with Johnny, Judy said to her, "You want to play Jump the Creek?" They used to play jump, and lots of times they fell in.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Jump the Creek.
Oh.
But Diana loved it down there, and she liked the tree. So she dug up a tree, and we planted it in the backyard. She was going to climb that tree, but it never grew up in time. Yeah. They loved it. I liked it down there too.
Yeah.
I walked down
It was a dead-end street. It was nice.
Yeah, it was very quiet then. It still is very quiet then. The street looks pretty much the same.
And we had lots of blackberry bushes. So my mother would come out, and my Aunt Voyinka, and they'd pick blackberry. My father would make brandy. And in the winter time, he'd give you a taste of this blackberry brandy. It was so good. He really did a great job.
He did that with raspberries too. We had a lot of raspberries on our property there. And he did that with the raspberries. Now, him and my...
Those are the days where you make your own hooch.
Yeah.
Now, we ended up, and this became a talk of the neighborhood, we took an old bathtub. And what did you do with that bathtub?
Made a...
Well, first of all, before that...
You dug a hole in the ground and put it in there.
Before that, I got a tank put in the ground in front of the house for oil. A big tank, I forget how much it held.
500 gallons.
All right. And the purpose was to save money. So, in the summertime, when his truck is delivered and he's left over with a couple of hundred liters of it, he'd feel free to come to me and put it in my tank. And I get charged a summer price. So I had that. And then I had the idea. I hated to throw anything away. And here we got this bathtub. I don't know where the tub came from. Remember, we put a toilet upstairs. Was there a tub up there? No.
I remember there was nothing up there.
Well, whatever, we had a bathtub. And I figured, well, I'm not going to put it to waste. And I was fascinated with having a waterfall, okay? So I was going to dig a hole in the front of the house, in front of that tank. There was a walk to the house, to the street, and this little piece of land, little piece of ground there. I dug it out, and I put the bathtub in it, and I was going to put tiles all around the edge and rocks at the end, and get filled up with water. Seal it and then fill it up with water. But Cloud was bitching like a son of a bitch. So I figured, I got so mad, I said, to hell with it, and I just gave it up.
Yeah, but something else happened with that.
What else?
It popped up.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you made a shrine out of it.
Oh my God.
Freeze it, push it out of the
No, he didn't. He was so ticked off that my mother ended up with he took the bathtub and buried half of it in the ground. The other
I don't remember.
And they put a statue of the mother in there. And David, Ruth's brother, remembers that. He thought we were wacky.
I don't remember that, really. I did.
Yeah, we did. We had one.
I tell you, my intention's very poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I remember you finishing off the shingles on the house.
I don't recall that. I finished off the shingles?
Yeah, you started it, and then he was going through the divorce, so you stopped. And then as part of the divorce settlement, you helped him how to finish it, yeah.
I don't remember.
You put the bricks down on the bottom half.
I don't recall that.
The shingles on up.
I was busy getting divorced.
You too.
And I cemented up.
Everybody thought I was crazy too when I built my house. Because I was not a carpenter, I did home improvement work, but I knew carpenters. And I designed the house myself. I had my own design, and I took it to an architect, and then we made a few modifications. He says, well, you should do this. I said, well, I don't want to, you know.
good.
He says, but you're gonna end up with a big ceiling in the living room. I said, well, that's what I want. I want a big cathedral ceiling. So I had a living room where you walked in, it was 25 feet deep, and it went up 2 stories. I had a cathedral ceiling in it.
Nice.
You know, and I had 2 bedrooms upstairs, and I had, the front was a bedroom in B if I wanted it. At the time I didn't need it. But I had it designed so that I could close it off, like a spot for the closet and everything. And all I needed was a couple of 2x4s, some sheetrock in the door, and I had another bedroom if I needed it in the future. But that never came.
So you guys got divorced pretty much close to each other, kind of.
And he was a year or more after me.
Yeah, I was there.
Alrighty now.
Oh,
Yeah, dessert.
Yeah, my wife went down
Your
there.
dessert is coming.
Oh, thank you. There
Okay.
was a big rhubarb, you know, and everybody on the street and yelling and screaming, remember? And my wife, Clara,
About my divorce.
about his divorce.
My wife screwing around.
Yeah, she's screwing around with the guy across the street.
Not across the street, around the corner.
Oh, around the corner.
Yeah, he didn't live there, he lived somewhere.
Anyway.
He lived up in Farmingdale, remember? You found his house up in Farmingdale.
Oh,
Yeah, but,
My, well, I had this.
what was I gonna
Well,
say?
that's perfect.
Yeah, the rhubarb on the street. Why was the rhubarb on the street?
Oh, people were yelling at her about the
I just
divorce,
realized
you know,
that all
and
the
Clara was
things
out there
that
yelling
I
the
had
loudest,
my
and she was full.
yeah, she was the loudest of all.
That, the story, this is the story that,
Wow, Ted will never say that.
there was a woman,
I never say that at
a
all.
woman up in,
Because see, I
I
actually
forget,
love
around Deer
flour and
Park.
sugars. I don't.
They
I
called
don't-
the,
I don't actually.
the egg
pass
lady
away
or
from that,
something,
But I
and
will say.
she would break an egg
the
in
sweet
Yeah, I
the
heard
water.
the egg lady.
Huh?
You know, it's
I heard the egg. Who
it
did the
doesn't
egg
taste
lady?
me,
Your mother.
But
Your mother went with Teresa
I love him.
to the egg
Because he'll
lady.
be like,
And the egg lady drops the things in there, and she's telling us, she says, oh,
your dessert.
I see a very dirty divorce. She says, very dirty divorce. You know, and then another thing she says,
Good amount of
your
desserts,
husband,
but
your husband is going to be an alcoholic.
Better than I had.
Two of the things that she told me.
And this morning I actually felt bad.
I was the one that got divorced at that time.
No, I mean, it physically
She was
felt bad.
busting his chops about drinking because she thought
They
he
said
was
they
going
were
to be the
having
alcoholic.
breakfast today.
No,
To bring-
yeah, she
to
was
bring
looking,
some
and
breakfast
and
to somebody's birthday.
she said she saw the names
And we normally will do a lunch for
JG.
somebody and a potluck
JG.
lunch.
Yeah,
We weren't
she
gonna be
figured
there long
that
enough
was
for lunch.
what do you call
So
it?
nobody brought lunch today.
What did
And
she
then we
figure
wound
that
up
was?
going a lot later. I mean, it's
Oh, I
just
see,
a
I
big-
see.
I don't know who the hell she thought it was, but
Yeah, no, I
she didn't
did.
think, she thought it was
I ate
somebody
donuts.
else.
Oh,
JG,
that was
you
your
know.
lunch.
And that was my
And,
lunch and breakfast.
when,
And I was like,
When we got
Oh,
divorced,
and that's why I was kinda
JG
like,
was
when I got home, I
Gene
just had to
Brocky.
be careful.
But that was,
Myself,
the
because I
guy
was
she
like-
was
I
going with was
actually,
named G.
Like,
G, something,
Oh,
one guy she was going with had the same initials.
Interesting.
That's wild.
Because I go days sometimes without eating much of anything.
There you go. Honey, you missed the best stories here.
That's called tough love.
Okay.
Your father got a lecture this morning.
Oh, yeah? What did he do wrong?
The trip was a success. Yeah. Tell him, Betty. She'll tell you. She always tells you. No one can tell like Betty.
Conscious of life.
Put off the light.
Please.
Go ahead, Betty.
Thank you.
No, wait a minute, where's my, oh, over here. Over here, I'm just getting my luggage together, Ted's packing up the car.
Oh, I got mine in the hall over there. I gotta bring it out.
Okay.
Is it that time already?
We're gonna be going, we have to leave soon. I don't know what time.
Soon? I thought at 9:30.
9:30, I just, yeah, it's 8 o'clock now.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
The plane is 9:30?
No,
Mine-
we leave at 9:30. The plane is 1 o'clock.
Oh.
But
It
it's,
might-
by the time we drive down
It
there,
might hit heavy traffic in the morning. I don't
I know. That's why we gotta have plenty of time. Because we gotta drop off the car, take the bus to the airport from there, and, you know, check in. So,
So, it's going to be a nice day. My God. Eddie, don't forget your chair, your cane and your chair.
Yeah.
oh boy.
Remember, every morning, well, I pray a lot during the day. I'll be haunting you.
early, I should call you after I wake up.
That's it. That's it. And give me the lecture.
Remember, you want to be a baby, keep on the way you're going.
I want to be a baby. I want
You
to
can't be the baby. I'm the baby. You're not the baby. I'm the baby.
Shower me with
Stop trying to
love
take
and
my
kisses.
place.
Oh boy.
Okay, ladies.
Oh my.
Wait, I gotta roll up my shirt.
You might be going sooner.
Shirt.
No, he's just getting it packed in so it's done. You know, that's what I do. I try to get done ahead of time. Get things prepared.
I think I got everything I need. I gotta roll up my shirt.
All right.
Packing for him.
Let me go get my bag and put it in there.
Oh, we got it in.
Oh, you
He
got
got
my hat? My hat too?
It's all
He
here.
got Teddy packing for him. And he can do it himself. That's not the lecture.
Eddie, sit down. Let Teddy pack.
I think it's a lost cause.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're not leaving yet, Eddie. You don't have to put your jacket on.
It's easier for them. It's all in the package.
Right, but they were looking for, remember they were looking for something with your address on it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Want more coffee?
You left one of the pills.
No, I've had enough,
The
Eddie.
pills are all over the.
Otherwise, I'm peeing too much.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I drink too much coffee, I'll be peeing too much.
Yeah, you think I want to.
Okay, so Betty, almost every time Ted and I fly, I get screened. I get selected to be extra screening, and we left Albany, and I had to be patted down. The real extreme pat down, where they actually go up to your crotch.
Oh, boy.
They go, yes, and there was a woman that wasn't much younger than you are, very classy woman. They pulled her aside. She was getting screened. I said to Ted, you know what? This is nuts. It's getting nuts. It was baloney, and the
That's
woman's
right.
like patting me down. Yeah, but they go. She'll say, no, this is how this works. We have to go up to your, all the way up. They come. Yeah, they go all the way up. They go right up through your legs, up to your crotch.
You're doing this with kids too sometimes.
I know. It's a nuts.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Those fellas have.
Wasn't a fella. They can't have a fella do it. It has to be a woman.
Oh, that's good.
It has to be a woman. But I'm sorry. It would be like them pulling Betty aside.
They had the story on, it was in the paper, I guess, or on the TV, I think it was.
And you got
like
him to
2
do
years old,
something.
boy, they're
Let
patting
me
him down.
check and make sure you got
It's gotten
Yeah,
crazy
check,
now.
check.
I mean,
Yes.
really crazy. But Ted always laughs because for some reason I do get
Yeah, I'd put that
chosen.
on, Eddie, I would have done that.
honey, you've got the camera. Don't forget. I think you have it running,
I'll
right?
put your, yeah.
Okay. I was telling him how I always get selected to be screened and patted down.
Well,
Here's something.
what's that?
That's Eddie.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right.
Yeah. Give me that. I'll put it on.
Come and get it.
That's Eddie's.
Good thing you looked.
Yes, he leaves things behind. He did the last time.
I never thought of it.
You gonna put it on now?
No. I'll carry it.
You're
Well, what
carry
time
it?
are we
We
gonna
can
head
put it in
out?
our suitcase.
Now,
Well,
Now?
suitcase.
I don't know. When do you want to get out, Ruth? What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock. We're gonna hit some traffic going down towards the city.
Not from here. It's going to take us an hour just to get to the city. Get out of here to the highway.
Well, we're going to stop. What we're going to do is pick up sandwiches along the way, maybe Subway or something, so we have them for the plane.
Well, I've got, what do you call it, the berry bars yet. I got 4
Okay.
berry bars, one for each, and only one for you, Eddie.
It is a long flight, though.
I know.
I mean,
If you're ready, remember.
Take your time.
Oh, it's like old times she felt at home.
You know all about you.
I know, and I love you.
I understand.
And I love that big fat brother.
He needs another lecture before I go.
The one is all I give.
With me, it's more to love.
That's called tough love. And you're to remember that every morning when you wake up.
When I wake up, I'll call you up right away. And you can lecture me.
I want to tell you something, Teddy.
Yeah.
Try not to do too much for him. He has a tendency
Don't listen to her, Teddy.
to be like my mother.
Ah.
If you can
He
get
looks like her.
If you can get anybody to do it for you, don't do it. Let them do it.
Why are you screwing up this good deal like that?
Telling the truth.
But it's the truth that hurts.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, so we have to lie for him, otherwise the truth hurts. So we have to lie.
The truth will set you free.
Oh, Betty, okay.
Give everybody one look.
I will.
Karen and Caitlin and Julie, and tell Julie I pray for her.
I will.
And I hope she eases up on you.
Oh, well, that's hers. It's her
Are you
nature.
going?
Yeah.
It's got her own nature. You can't change
Remember
it.
when she does nasty things, pray for her.
Yes.
Don't even think of what she's saying. Just say a prayer.
It's
And then
difficult
forget it.
sometimes.
I know so.
Sure, you know, you better be there and relaxing and play cards.
So take care.
We'll be back.
Everybody can see it.
We will be.
Oh, sure.
Bye, big brother.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys have a few minutes for me to try Ryan? I
Ted,
don't know if
Liz is
you'll
gonna
be
try
home, but
Ryan on the phone and see if she
just
can
say
get
hello to
him.
Ryan.
Bye, big brother.
Goodbye. I would stand, but my legs are there, okay? Oh,
God
it's a
bless
wonderful
you.
time.
And it was wonderful.
So,
And
as
remember
our-
the lecture,
I don't have my
because
glasses on now.
you're a nice person, and I don't want to see you
Okay.
babied. And you will
Yeah.
get babied if you don't do it for
You think so?
yourself. I know, I saw somebody do it.
That's what I'm trying for.
I know.
I want to be loved by you.
Nobody else but you.
Oh my God.
I want to be baby. Baby.
Baby face. You got the cutest little baby
Baby
face.
Hey, Ryan, we have a great
That
big
was Teddy's baby.
hello, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
It's Uncle Gus.
Oh, it's been a real blast, let me tell you.
Uncle Gus is here. Uncle Gus is here, and I want those lottery numbers. When are you going to deliver?
I'll work out this afternoon.
Okay, very good.
How's everything with you, Ryan?
What's that?
How's everything with you?
Oh, it's going pretty good. It's been a busy week. I was sick for most of the week. I'm finally feeling better.
Oh.
Other than that, everything's going great.
Good.
Enjoying my senior year.
Good. I know. I can't believe you're a senior.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're the only one getting older.
I'm a senior, too.
Stop it.
He wishes he could
Stop it. That's a great
That
one.
is great.
Oh, you should have heard the stories here, Ryan.
What happened? They're crazy.
Well, some of them were
Sorry that
actually.
cold hit.
You know what that is? Like
Yeah. Okay, dear. Mwah.
Sweetie.
Bye.
That's
Bye. See ya. Good. I'm
That's what
glad
I
we got
used
to
to
do
say
this.
to Erin, my granddaughter. And she still remembers that I called her sweat.
What a nice memory.
Yeah.
God, it was so nice to have you and to bring them up. And I thank you. Yeah, why not? Teresa?
Oh,
I can too. Oh.
Group hug. What the heck? Here, get in here.
That's
right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got it. Wait till we show her.
Get up. Shut up.
Oh, you betcha. We wouldn't want to.
Come on, get this guy in here.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's right.
Group hug?
Yes, let's move it over so we can include our buddies.
He's a jolly good fellow.
He's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
And he better remember the
That nobody can deny. That nobody can
he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
The trip went down very good. I'm very happy about it.
Oh,
the only problem,
remember every morning.
I will.
The only problem was what?
What didn't help was that I had a trip Saturday all day long. So that was a little too much.
That wiped you
one
out.
on top of the other.
Exactly.
But otherwise everything was fine.
Yes, yes, that sounds like quite the day you had. That was nice. Tell me about that.
It was lovely.
Yes,
Lovely.
really, really nice, yeah.
Well now.
Okay, cousin.
Okay,
See ya.
I love you, Dad. Oh, thank you for joining us. It was fabulous. So glad you were here. Really, it's a big thing for everyone.
Wait a minute, told it yourself.
God bless you and I love you.
Hope to see you again.
I hope so. God bless you.
God,
All right, take care, dear.
Oh, I'm going to walk out with you. You're not getting rid of me yet. We're dragging this out as long as we can, huh? Yeah, I got to get some pictures. How about if I take a picture of the group at the top of the stairs?
Address. Stanley will give it to you. He's got.
How about if you guys stay at the top?
Go down.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I get my. Let's go.
Come on, Stanley. Oh, you're getting the rest of the crew. All right.
They'll come out. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where they went.
Yeah.
Are you gonna need this coat?
Take care.
You might need it on the plane.
We'll be fine.
I know. Safe trip, but it's better to leave earlier.
Yeah.
You never
No
know.
rushing. Then we don't have to rush.
Yeah.
And you
Sit at
don't
the
know
airport,
what that
placing cards or
And we're
whatever.
not Russians, we're Polacks.
Lots of Polak.
Love you.
Oh, it's such a good thing to see you again, see everybody. Really.
Yeah, but he's a jolly good fellow too. Nobody can deny.
Yeah. My little mama. My second mama.
Yeah, I did get a good job on that.
Good job on this guy, huh?
If only he could remember.
Yeah.
Because he has a tendency not to want to do anything.
Yeah.
And he's too nice a guy.
Yes.
But he's got his own path, so you just have to let him be,
Yes.
and he will.
I know,
work
and he
it
will
out.
be. And I know
And
which
he's
path.
doing great, so there you go. Right.
we
Speaking of bees,
Yes,
right.
they're around.
Where did they come from?
Heaven.
I don't know. I wonder if
from
somebody
heaven.
has a hive.
We
People are
didn't-
getting hives. I've never seen bees like
We
that.
haven't
And the
had
bees
bees.
from hives leave during the day, and then they return
Yeah,
at
and
night.
eat
So
them, right.
I bet people are getting hives. It's the
Somebody-
only thing I can
Probably is
think of.
true.
It just entered my
Because there are
mind.
plenty of them.
Yeah, we've never had that. This is
Keep in touch.
but I have heard of people having.
And don't do too much for Dad. I want him to be independent. Please.
We will. We'll take your advice. Love you, Aunt Betty.
Well,
Goodbye. We'll see you
I love
again
you.
soon. God willing.
I wish you the best of everything.
Oh yes, I
Keep
I
in
breakfast
touch.
We will,
together, so I got the full meal deal. I did.
Do widzenia. Do widzenia.
Debbie. Taswetka.
To słodka?
You know what that means?
No. Means,
She's sweet.
well, definitely. I'll attest to
That
that.
was the right answer, honey.
Taswetka. It's a sweetie.
Yes.
Goodbye, sweetheart.
See you,
Goodbye,
We love you.
darling.
See you, Betty.
Love you.
It was fun.
We gotta play cards again.
You were good at it.
Well, my mind was a little muddled last night.
No, you did great. Are you kidding me? You even won a couple there. Come on.
I beat Eddie.
She did beat
Hey, good.
brother.
It was really well worded.
Oh my God, that's so
There you
funny.
go.
That's great.
You did too. It was
And we'll see you.
Oh, I disagree.
It was a beautiful
I think it was wonderful. Good
Having good to us.
collaboration.
Yeah, well, we picked out some of the same stuff.
You did. Exactly. That was
Thank you for
wonderful.
everything.
Thank you.
Thank
for coming
you, thank
and
you.
for bringing the
See you
brothers.
soon. Not do widzenia. See you soon.
Yes.
Are Were you in the back? Oh, I'll go.